Alright, some disclaimers. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. I disclaim everything. Everything's been disclaimed. Now it's time to present. Share screen, share screen. Which one do we want to watch first? Fake Steel. Let's watch Fake Steel from... This is China Truths. Fake steel so weak it breaks by hand. Tofu dredge building put millions at risk. Dun dun dun. Millions at risk. Holy cow. Okay.
It's all covered in today's China Truths.
Guys, please give me some advice. I'm really out of options. I haven't even spent a single day in this new house I just bought, and now what am I supposed to do?
Forget the crying. Crying won't help. You still have to repay the loan no matter what. At this point, no advice will work. If you want to fix it, you'll have to tear it down and rebuild it from scratch. China's tofu dredge construction projects have long been heavily criticized. Online, videos of poorly built houses and bridges constantly surface. But what's even more shocking is that even the most basic components at construction sites, like bolts, welds, and rebar, can be faked.
I'm just really concerned about the rates. What are you guys doing?
I do have some good news for you. Rates are not increasing this year.
This is one of those 15-second commercials I can't prevent. So we're just going to have to deal with it. But again, this is China Truth.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most.
Subaru Outback
was the moment
007.
Let's take a look.
I really couldn't believe it. A man was doing
It's
maintenance
not
work on a
only
signal
Washington.
tower several dozen meters high. While checking, he casually touched a bolt, and it snapped clean off. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but then every bolt he touched broke just the same. Good heavens, is this because the bolts are counterfeit or due to long-term corrosion?
Oh, by the way, the Bay Bridge here, out here in the Bay Area that was rebuilt with Chinese steel, it started falling down before we finished building it for that exact reason. The bolts that bolt in the main columns to the base of the bottom of the bay, all of them snapped.
Look at this stainless steel bolt. Something this small can even be fake. See these bolts down here? These are the real ones, completely different. Time has proven the difference. This bolt looked like stainless steel at first, but turns out it was a fake.
Building a house is a major undertaking, and yet even something as fundamental and crucial as welding can be faked. In recent years, buying a home in China has become incredibly difficult. Many people know this firsthand. But even after pouring your entire family's life savings into a home and finally moving in, there's no guarantee an accident won't happen someday. Every minute and second I spend here is torment. I feel like the house could collapse in the next moment. The entire building's safety is at risk. I've spent my whole life working hard, and now all the money has gone into this house.
This windowsill was filled and finished with tons and tons of foam. Look, this kind of foam just falls apart with a slight poke. No strength, no hardness. It's turned to powder, and after it crumbles, it looks like this.
Hey.
This cement sand layer here, just rub it lightly with your hand and it falls right off. Look, just a light rub and it crumbles instantly.
Ceilings in apartment buildings across mainland China are truly fragile, and there's real-life proof of that. A man once accidentally stepped through a ceiling, creating a horrifying scene. And this isn't an isolated case. In the Yuechuan North Resettlement Housing Project in Sanya, Hainan, China, an upper-floor ceiling was found to have no rebar at all, an absolute textbook case of a tofu dredge project.
I believe if you break this open, it'll be just the same. This is no lie. If you dig here, it'll be the same situation. As long as you guys can take care of it, that's all that matters.
Bamboo and steel are two materials that are fundamentally unrelated, yet in the communist country of China, they seem to have a rather close relationship.
Look at this bridge. My God, are they really using bamboo instead of steel? A
Yes,
slab this
they
large
are.
has only 1 or 2 pieces of rebar, and even those are just loosely suspended bars.
Here is a concrete column from a residential building somewhere in China, but what's exposed inside isn't steel, it's bamboo. So what's the quality of rebar in China like? The truth might scare you.
Shit.
On
Oh,
June
no, it doesn't scare
26,
me. I know for a
2025,
fact what it
according
is.
to a report by mainland media outlet Langchao News, at the large-scale residential project Guoyun City Phase 2 in Bazhou, Hebei Province, several 16mm diameter rebar rods were reportedly snapped barehanded by workers.
Try another one. Look at that, shattered into pieces.
Mr. G, the project foreman, discovered that a batch of 16mm rebar was so brittle it could be snapped by hand, an abnormal condition. As such, steel should be hard even to bend. He reported it to the Guoyun City Phase 2 contractor, China Metallurgical Tiangong Construction, but was shown a report claiming the rebar met standards. When he escalated the issue to Bazhou's housing bureau, officials said all materials passed inspection. Later, they claimed 2 rounds of testing confirmed compliance with design requirements. Mr. G was eventually dismissed for speaking out.
Of course.
Netizens reacted, "Start by investigating those who called it up to standard." Some noted the contrast between honest workers and corrupt officials. Snapping steel by hand and replacing iron with bamboo may sound absurd, but such cases are real.
Look at that.
In fact, some collapsed bridges were found with no rebar at all. On August 8, 2024, the Longding Shui'an Bridge in Guizhou suddenly collapsed. No rebar was visible at the fracture point. In another part of China, the exit of a highway tunnel collapsed. Fortunately, it was discovered in time and no serious casualties occurred. Netizens commented, "The CCP's construction projects are the very definition of tofu dreg engineering. Look at the highway foundation. Can anyone spot a single steel bar in those videos? These are projects costing 1 billion yuan per kilometer. Why do so many directors of transport bureaus and highway departments end up in prison? As long as the CCP's dictatorship survives, the Chinese people will never be truly safe." Due to continuous heavy rainfall, on June 3, 2025, a section of road in Sanjiangdong Autonomous County, Luzhou City, Guangxi Province, suddenly collapsed. Several cars parked along the road fell into a massive sinkhole. On June 24 in Guizhou Province, a viaduct on the Xiaorong Expressway between Sandu County and Rongjiang County suddenly collapsed. Several vehicles plunged into the valley below. A red semi-truck was left dangling in midair, its driver trapped, waiting for rescue. A bystander tried to stop other drivers from moving forward. It is reported that the trapped driver was eventually rescued safely.
Open the good time.
Man.
With Kitchen Mama. Easy storage.
Yes, that's those Chinese builders all you want. I'm on a
Some netizens sighed. Just saw a video my colleague sent on their way home from Yulin, Guangxi. Their route was completely cut off. COVID, typhoons, floods, earthquakes, natural disasters nonstop. In these turbulent times, we've finally realized what truly matters most. Treasure every step you take.
Quality builders.
Why are there so many tofu dreg construction projects in China? The answer still lies in the political system of the Chinese Communist Party,
Damn,
CCP.
tell us about it, girl.
Zhang Zhenglin, a construction worker from Yunnan province, personally witnessed severe material skimming and illegal design alterations during the construction of a high-speed railway tunnel in Kujing City, Yunnan. He shared with an overseas Chinese-language media outlet, "When building a tunnel, you first have to excavate the cavity, then pour concrete and install rebar. But during the construction process, the amount of rebar and concrete was significantly reduced. Based on my rough estimate, for a 1,400-meter tunnel, 20,800 meters total for both directions, the value of the materials cut was over 20 million yuan. He also revealed that during the concrete pouring of the base arch, there was serious underfilling. The base was padded with dirt and construction waste. The concrete layer, which was supposed to be 150 meters thick, ended up being less than 50 centimeters. Each month, Zhang's boss even told him to use the excavator to steal rebar from the site and load it onto large trucks. His own father asked him to help with the theft twice a month, 5 to 6 trucks each time, with each truck carrying more than 40 tons. He added, "To win bids, companies often submit offers below actual construction costs. So after winning, how do they recoup the money and
What's up,
still turn
Gerald?
a profit? The answer is cut corners. reduce or completely skip materials like rebar and concrete. It's a widely accepted unspoken rule in
What's
the
up, Mo?
industry. Zhang Zhenglin concluded, the shady side of China's construction industry is just the tip of the iceberg under CCP rule. It's the system that breeds all of this. Chinese officials are appointed from above, and their top priority is always to report upward, not to be accountable to the people or to the actual work itself. And this only perpetuates a vicious cycle.
That's why China's going to fall.
Chinese investors are fleeing to Japan as real estate collapse accelerates. Market consulting firms report that with investment returns in China plunging, global investors, especially those from Hong Kong, are rapidly pulling capital out of China and pouring it into Japan's booming residential real estate market. According to the South China Morning Post on June 22nd, data from global real estate management giant Colliers International revealed that in Q1 this year alone, Chinese investors poured $1 billion USD, about 7.119 billion yuan, into Japan's residential sector, more than double the 5-year average of $428 million. Masahiro Tanikawa, head of investment services at Colliers Japan, didn't mince words. As China's real estate market teeters on the edge of collapse, Hong Kong investors, once fixated on China, are now rushing to safer havens like Japan and Australia. The SCMP report noted that since 2020, China's property debt crisis has spiraled, and over the past 24 months, new home prices have kept plunging without pause, driving investors to flee. Mindworks Properties, a branch of Hong
Yes,
Kong's
very much,
Mindworks
Gerald.
capital, recently acquired Haven Shibora, a high-end multifamily apartment in Tokyo's Minato ward, marking a clear pivot to Japan. As China's property sector crumbles, more and more wealthy Chinese are not just moving their money, but moving their lives.
And you want to know why I say China? It is collapsing because, well, it's collapsing. It's been collapsing since 2020. You go back and watch some of my videos, go to the thumbnails that have the paper dragon. That tells you that it's about China and how they're faking everything. They have been for years. I've seen it. Most people haven't, I guess, but oh well. Let's go to some other thing here. There's some other cool stuff. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there's a good scientific one here. Some interesting science crap. This is from NSN. Give them a like. It is a negative time. Discovery leaves physicists speechless. They discovered negative time.
Physicists at the University of Toronto observed a strange quantum effect. Under certain conditions, atoms seem to react before absorbing light, suggesting a negative interaction time. While it doesn't imply time travel, it challenges our understanding of cause and effect in quantum mechanics. In this video, we'll break down what happened, how scientists are reacting, and what it reveals about the mysteries of time.
This is very
The experiment, led by Ephraim Steinberg and Daniela Angulo, was designed to measure how long atoms remain in an excited state after absorbing and then re-emitting photons. Using ultra-cold rubidium atoms and carefully shaped laser pulses, the researchers examined the subtle dynamics of photon-atom interactions. In standard conditions, the delay between absorption and emission follows a predictable timescale. But the team noticed something unexpected when using sharply rising narrow light pulses. The calculated duration of atomic excitation was negative. Essentially, it seemed like the atom released energy before fully interacting with the incoming photon. This result, while counterintuitive, has a basis in established quantum optics. Photons behave not as point particles, but as probability waves. When these waves interact with atoms, especially under asymmetric pulse conditions, the group delay, the average time defined by the wave's envelope, can shift in ways that defy classical expectations. This includes producing a result that, mathematically, appears to be less than zero. What's important to understand is that this doesn't mean anything traveled backward through time.
What's up,
Instead, it reflects how quantum systems don't obey simple start-to-finish causality. The energy exchange still happens under quantum electrodynamics, but the way we define and measure that exchange can yield surprising outcomes. The experiment also accounted for known sources of error and repeated the results under controlled variations. The outcome was not an artifact,
Yeah, Mo,
but a
you're blue.
consequence of how quantum fields behave in the presence of steep light gradients. While the label negative time is provocative, what's being observed is a genuine feature of quantum systems under specific conditions, one that invites deeper investigation into how we define cause and effect in these realms. The term negative time has proven divisive. While it draws attention to a non-classical result, critics argue it can be easily misunderstood. Among them is physicist Sabina Hassenfelder, who described the effect as a misleading interpretation of group delay, a well-understood concept in optics. Group delay refers to the speed at which the peak of a pulse moves through a medium. In some systems, especially when pulses are distorted or reshaped by a material, this delay can appear faster than light or even negative. But such behavior doesn't transmit usable information and doesn't break the rules of relativity. It's a mathematical consequence of how the pulse's phase evolves, not evidence of time reversal. The researchers acknowledge this and clarify that their use of negative time isn't meant to suggest actual backward motion through time. Instead, it's a label for a result that contradicts everyday intuition, highlighting how photon behavior in quantum systems challenges classical assumptions. Language in science often carries these tensions. Terms like strange quarks, spooky action, or virtual particles aren't descriptive, but serve to signal conceptual gaps between classical language and quantum reality. In this case, Steinberg and Angulo argue that negative time is a shorthand for a valid quantum behavior that traditional terminology doesn't fully capture. Their data shows that under specific measurement techniques, the apparent time between input and output can flip signs, not because time itself reverses, but because the probability distribution for the interaction includes values on both sides of zero. This result fits within the broader behavior of quantum systems. When not directly observed, particles do not follow deterministic paths. Instead, they evolve in probabilistic clouds where outcomes emerge statistically rather than causally. One of the most important takeaways is that quantum time isn't always linear or unidirectional. In classical mechanics, time is continuous and uniform. But in quantum systems, the timing of events is subject to uncertainty and interference. Interactions can't always be pinned to exact sequences, especially when wave functions overlap or evolve nonlinearly. This affects more than just academic theory. In quantum communication and sensing, precise control over photon timing is essential. Understanding how these anomalous delays work can improve how we build and synchronize quantum networks. For example, compensating for or even utilizing group delay effects could lead to more accurate quantum clocks, filters, and detectors. There's also a theoretical dimension. The experiment adds another data point to the ongoing discussion about time symmetry. Many fundamental equations in physics are symmetric for time, meaning they work the same forwards and backwards. Yet in practice, we experience a strong arrow of time. Experiments like this, which reveal ambiguous or unexpected timing behaviors, offer a way to probe where that arrow might break down or emerge from quantum foundations. Still, we should be realistic. This finding doesn't mean causality is violated or that we can build time-reversing devices. The observed effect falls well within the established bounds of quantum field theory. It's not a revolution, but a refinement, one that deepens our understanding of light-matter interactions. As for next steps, Steinberg and Angulo plan to expand the experiment to other atomic systems, explore different pulse profiles, and refine their theoretical models. Meanwhile, other labs will likely attempt to replicate the findings to validate or challenge the initial results.
Peer review. And there we go. Got some more shit, but I figure we'll talk for a little bit first. What do you guys want to talk about? Want to talk about how probably within the next couple of months the federal government's going to announce that they've changed the classification of marijuana from a class 1 to a class 3 felony, and medical marijuana is nationally legal, because that will be happening soon. Or we could talk about how the Nuclear Regulatory Agency is fast-tracking every micro and small modular design of a nuclear reactor that has been brought to them. We're all hungry, so let's eat. Actually, I just had a grilled roast beef and cheese sandwich about a half hour ago. So is anyone taking advantage of the gold to platinum ratio trade? Nine? Anyone interested in ISO 222? Adoption of certain cryptocurrencies into the financial system to mirror or partner with or side parallel the SWIFT system. Anyone blow their fingers off in Halloween? I mean, on the 4th of July? Oh, that sucks, Mo. It's real expensive out here. $10. Well, for me, I like a lot of meat on my sandwiches. $10 worth of roast beef gets me about 4 sandwiches, maybe 5. But I like a lot of. I'm not. I mean, where people would put like 3 or 4 pieces of the fucking thinly sliced roast beef, I do like 8 or 9. So I like real fucking sandwiches, not these little dainty things people try and serve you nowadays. I like the hungry man food. Right on. Everyone has a different strategy, different way of doing things. No way is right, no way is wrong, but every way is right for the individual who's using their way. I just like introducing other thought patterns to people's perspectives, see if there's any possibility they could take advantage of it and gain or benefit from it. That's all. For example, if 30 days ago you'd have traded 1 ounce of gold for 3 ounces of platinum and 6 ounces of silver, you would be in a positive, because gold has gone down a little bit, platinum has gone way up. You'd be at a positive over $1,000 to the up right now if you did that exchange just 30 days ago without gold moving. You could have made money on it. It's just a perspective, a way of looking at things different than the way most people look at things. And the more you can see a different way of making money, the more chance you're going to have at making money. And, even if you just want to stay in the precious metals and don't actually get any fiat cash or anything from it, an arbitrage trade keeps you in the precious metals, and you always have the physical precious metals, but you're still gaining value above the market value of one in particular metal. That's why the cycles of gold, silver, and platinum run separate, not sequential to each other, so that people can take advantage of that type of monetary gain. And you are a very, very smart man for already having your platinum. I like that my boy Travis, Economic Ninja, he bought like oh shit, 2.5 years ago. I told him about it. He bought a roll, 20 platinum 1 ounce American silver egos. He got them at I think 890 or 870 plus the premium. But I mean, he's making out now. He's really doing good. I mean, I like it when people listen to me and they actually are able to profit from it. Not that I'm not saying that you listened to me when I first started out a couple of years ago saying, I first started out just saying buy silver and platinum because they were the only two that I was into. And then I was introduced into crystallized osmium. I was like, oh, this is a ringer too. So I started adding it. Now the saying is buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium. That's what I'm known for. And all three of them are good investments. There's better out there. I'm not saying there's not better. I'm not a maximalist in any one. During the past, well, as I think it was ATM was mentioning about Rolls Royce. William, another guy, brought it a little over 2.5 years ago. When I mentioned to him to buy it, he's up like 1,300% in 3 years. Gold will never touch that kind of gains. And I was telling people about NNE a couple months ago. They'd have been up 50, 60% in like 2 or 3 months. So there are other things. In other words, there's always other markets to make money in, and those that actually heavily increase their investment portfolio are those that diversify into the strategic ones that actually will be gaining value, and they're able to shift from one to another because it's like the rolling wheel of cycles. And if you can roll with each cycle, you can really, in a couple year time period, oh God, you can really maximize your wealth. But everyone plays the game differently. Everyone has a different path, and everyone's path is right for them. But as I said, I just like informing people of any and every opportunity. So that way, if you're not aware of it, you can make yourself aware of it by hearing about it from me or other channels. And you can say, well, let me check into that. And possibly, make great significant gains, or just say, nah, it's not for me. And that's cool. Both ways are cool. The fact that you're, learning that it's possible, learning is always cool. Learning something new. You learn one thing new every day. Over a year, you learn 365 things new. Over 10 years, you learn 3,650 new things. By then, you should be making some good money because you know quite a bit. That's only if you limit it to one thing a day. Imagine if you learn 4 things a day. You'd be after 10 years, you'd be learning like 17, 18. You'd be smarter than a college student and more well-diversed in normal life activities as well. And saving hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to college. All right. One more video here. Let me see. Share screen. Da, da, da. Oh, here we go. Here's a cool one. The brain reacts uniquely to singing.
We on podcast, where we explore fascinating stories and ideas from various fields. In this episode, we explore how the brain has special neurons just for singing voices. Music makes us happy. It elicits memories of all kinds. Such is the effect of music on us, that music therapy is actually a thing in some treatment methods. A conclusion can easily be drawn from this that music affects our brains, of course in a positive manner. But does our brain respond to the sound of singing in a particular way, that to, say, instrumental music? A new study says yes. A new group of neurons has been found which responds selectively to the sound of singing. The team of researchers at the University of Rochester observed the effect of 165 different sounds on the human brain. The electrical activity in the brain was mapped. The team recorded electrical activity in response to 165 different sounds. These sounds ranged from instrumental music to even dogs barking. The result obtained was then processed using an algorithm. Results obtained from MRI scans of 30 different individuals were then combined. The analysis of this data revealed that there were some neurons that responded to the sound of music, or there were some that responded to the sound speech. But researchers also found a group of neurons that responded selectively to the sound of singing.
Quiet, Silver. I'm
These
recording.
results suggest that representations of music are fractionated into subpopulations selective for different types of music, one of which is specialized for the analysis of song, the team writes in their research paper.
This is interesting.
The research has been published in Current Biology. Thanks for tuning into this incredible story.
Might be why the Beatles are so popular. Just kidding. I don't know why they're popular. So, anyone else want to chit chat about? How about some popular YouTubers taking my advice and moving to Alabama? Oh, there's a couple of them doing that. Yeah, platinum manipulation has officially been broke. China is even more screwed now than ever because they have to buy so much of it. But whatever, that's their problem, not mine. It'll be my problem when silver or platinum goes up to about 4,000 or 5,000 in next year. It will happen because without the manipulation of the price of platinum is an average of twice the price of gold, which puts it at about $6,600 an ounce. So therefore, one could assume that every ounce you have now, within a year or two, will be worth $6,600 or more. So if it's still at $1,400, it's a good deal. Not sure who that is. Arlo Guthrie. Yeah, I know it's a slow night. It should be like 650. I usually have like 500,000 people watching my live streams right now. I only have 5. What's up, JM? Of course, I am facetiously over-exaggerating those numbers by the 3 zeros. Although, speaking of 3 zeros, I gotta reiterate, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. You need to look at getting some MJNA. As I tell you, man, in my 33-year career in construction, I have always been drug tested for marijuana. This job I'm getting in the next week or two, it's a federally funded job, and they are not testing for marijuana. And that means that the little report I did about the DEA and this Justice Department, November 6, 2024, working actively to reschedule weed from a Class 1 to a Class 3 felony, has come to an end, and they've already rescheduled it. They just haven't announced it because someone sent the memo out to people who give money out for projects not to test for weed. And the only reason they can do that is if they actually changed the law already or are knowing of a law that's going to be changed. So, and since Trump said he wanted to legalize medical marijuana nationwide, and he made that campaign promise and hasn't kept it, he will be eager to announce it nationally. And when he does that, the stock MJNA, along with others, will rise significantly, and you could make a wealth of money. Oh, it doesn't matter, JM. You know, my last live stream, after the live stream I checked, it said I had 10.9 hours watch time. And then the next day I checked it said I had 0.9 of 1 hour watch time. So it doesn't matter. They take 90% of my watch time away from me. So it doesn't. I'm never going to get monetized. 3 years, 5,100 subscribers, and I still have 1/3 of the way to go to be monetized. No, I've actually never heard of Emo Silver. I don't really listen to music much. It blows my neighbor away because he's like, fucking, that's his life is music. And I don't really care. for music. I've driven across country many a times and not turned the radio on once. I'm just a weird person, so I do know a lot of musician people. Like I said, my neighbor, he's got tons of albums out. He's also a producer. He produces other people's musics and puts their albums out. And he's been on a couple world tours with one of the bands he's in. And I know Jason Newstat, the original bassist or original guitarist of Metallica. Let's see, I know two of the guys from the group Survivor. I don't like admitting that, but I know them. I know a lot of guys from smaller regional bands in the Southeast. Never really made it big. Folk is good, man. That's like the original blues. Jimi Hendrix went for blues, and blues is actually folk. And that's actually back to cowboy music, which can be also related to rap. Which leads us back to Blondie, the blonde-haired rock and roll singer in the 70s who was the original first rapper. I think it was Purple People Eater. It was the first rap song recorded and nationally recognized. So yeah, music comes from various places, all of it mostly back to folk singing. So how was everyone's yesterday? How was everyone's yesterday? Oh, JM uploaded fireworks highlights. You actually showed JM my American hometown of Pensacola, Florida, where I'll be moving down. Mozart is very relevant. Actually, his style of music, Mozart, Bach, Beethoven, all those guys, mathematically is the most mathematically eloquent symbolism in music. Symbolism might not be the right word. It's the most mathematically complex and still rhythmic music is classical. It's like mathematically the most complex music. And that's why it's so, as that's little report I did, a 2-minute report about how music affects a certain part of the brain. Classical music is actually the very basis of that, because of the math of the tones and the notes from the different pieces of instruments and stuff, and their placement. Those guys were geniuses back then, brother. I don't know any of those guys, Mo, but I'm glad you have a line of singers that you enjoy and that they are out there, and there's a type of music out there for everybody. My music is, hold on, you might not be able to hear it. I'll explain it. Here's my music. Lighter. Inhale of a bowl of weed. That's my music. It usually comes with a cough afterwards. Sometimes not. But I always talk funny. So it's a kind of music. And it makes me feel good. It also affects a part of the brain very close to the part of the brain that the music affects, except for it's a little further back towards the spine. That's where the cannabinoid receptors are for every human being. Right on, Jan. Well, I'm actually glad that the 4th was somewhat subdued with fireworks over last several decades, where we had several years, several days before the 4th and after the 4th, there'd always be fireworks past midnight. Oh yeah, Carrie Fisher. Okay. I keep thinking Mel Fisher, the guy who discovered the Etosha, the billions of dollars of treasure from the Etosha Spanish galleon wreck. Keep looking, Gerald. You'll find it. What was that? I see Mandalorian in the reflection of that eye. Of course you do, because I am the Mandalorian. And the new season of Mandalorian is going to be made into a movie. What's up, Jeff Rowe? Silver Ruger? Abbo actually put out, yeah, I know what you, yeah, that blonde chick was kind of hot. And Olivia Newton-John was hot. I was kind of jealous of John Travolta when he sang with her. But now we're dating ourselves, gentlemen. We all thought Bo Derek was a 10. We look at her now and be lucky to see a 2.5 with all the fucking roadblocks she has in her way. And we also all thought Blue Lagoon was a porn because it showed fucking Brooke Shields' tits at age 17. Lovely Apron, what's up? Ada, Oklahoma, right on. Yeah, the link is pinned to the top. If anyone wants to come up here and chit chat, we talk about all kinds of stuff all over the spectrum. I'm actually kind of excited about lightning stuff right now because that new discovery in Florida is going to add to the want of scientists to do science on lightning strikes, which is hopefully going to be my specialty later this year into the next foreseeable future. And actually, what I'm really excited about is getting up some money and setting up a couple like 6,000 to 8,000 frame per second cameras and have them constantly running. Have those 360 cameras like 20 or 30 foot up in the air on top of a hill right off the Gulf of America, so I can capture every lightning strike, even if it doesn't hit the ground, so I can do great YouTube videos on lightning strikes. And back in the 80s, JM, where that camera you showed yesterday, Gulf Shores, if you check back in the 80s, Gulf Shores, Florida, or Gulf Breeze was a hot spot for UFO activity. So if I have like a 6,000 to 8,000 frame per second camera up, I might get an actual vivid picture of a UFO, especially if I have it going 24/7, along with a lot of great lightning shots. Editor is going to be boring. Gerald, we'll have to work on an AI editor only to capture the actual lightning and like go through the whole 24 hours or 48 hours of video and only pull out like 5 minutes of lightning strikes. Then do a 5-minute lightning strike video. And if there's a UFO or an unidentified flying object, put that up too. You get hell of views. But that's going to be fun. Matthew, you been a while, bro. Yo, bro. Yo, bro. Yo, bro. You damn sure should have, son. It's about $500 more expensive than it was a month ago. 400 anyhow, 450. It's like shot up, man. I've been telling you guys, you ought to know. I've been telling you for a while. Price has been manipulated by BRICS and the One Belt Road Initiative, China, that when South Africa signed up with it back in 2012 or 13, price started going down, it's never come back up because China had to buy so much of it last year. China bought half the world's supply, above ground supply of platinum of 2.3 million ounces. of the 6.2 million available ounces. I've seen all this stuff coming. I've told you guys all about it. Clean Air Metals out of Canada, not controlled by BRICS, not controlled by China's One Belt Road Initiative, is now mining platinum, which takes the price control of that commodity out of BRICS and China's control. So therefore, the price is going to go up. Too bad, China. So yeah, that's what's happening with platinum. I've been telling you guys for a couple of years about that. It's just now actually happening. And I also told you back last year, Q2, this would happen because Clean Air Metals said they're going to start mining platinum out of the ground towards the end of Q2. And they said they weren't going to start mining until the price of platinum started going up. And then once the price of platinum starts going up, if there's only a 3-month supply above ground and there's a shortage, obviously the price control goes to those people who are mining it. And since I've done reports that Impala and Angola mines, the largest platinum miners on the planet down in South Africa, reduced supply or reduced their production by 25 to 30% respectively, adding to the deficit of supply and increased demand due to China's need for buying so much of it, along with other new technologies' need for platinum, puts us at a standing deficit. So whoever's new miner is gets to control the price. That breaks the price manipulation of platinum that's been on there for about 13 years. Hello, twice the price of gold platinum, ASAP. Get your ass some. Now you're seeing that I'm not a bullshit dumbass and I actually do know what I'm talking about. Platinum's still, quite frankly, cheap. It's about 25% of its actual value. So buy some. I've been talking about it for 3 years and it just now started. It's not going to go up overnight. It'll probably be 2 years before it hits that, but it will go back up to twice gold's price because the platinum manipulation has ended. China cannot grab it back until Clean Air Metals mines the last of their platinum out of Canada. And when that happens, northern Canada, they're going to find another vein up there once the micronuclear reactors come up, making available that part of the Canadian wild side, northern territories, available for mining. You're going to find a lot of new gold, silver, platinum, lithium mines to be opened up left, right, and center. That's not a future prediction. That's a future fact. How I know that? It's called contracts. Companies just don't wake up one day and say, hey, let's buy a whole bunch of shit and make something. Nah. That's not how it works. You have fucking global companies. It takes them 6 months, a year, 2 years to move in any direction. And what happens before that? Paperwork. If you know where to look, you know which way these companies are moving. The Air Force is front-running micronuclear reactors. They front-run it and already ordered a micronuclear reactor from OKLO last week. They haven't even produced their first micro reactor yet out of Idaho, where they're working hand in fist with the nuclear regulatory agency to produce them. So they haven't even produced one, and they've got it sold to the Air Force Base. That's a tell of the future of gasoline and diesel being shipped to the remote locations. Obviously, it's going to be cheaper to buy a micronuclear reactor. So what's going to happen with the micronuclear reactors companies? Their stock's going to go through the fucking roof. So you think it'd be advantageous to maybe buy some micronuclear reactor stock like NNE or OKLO? You know, these things are all predicted in paperwork ahead of time if you know where to look or if you listen to the right people. Oh, nice. 14-pound flathead. You're a little bit late. I've been firing up. That's my sound of silence. My music is the firing up of a bowl and inhalation. Yeah, certain fishes can react to the actual pressure of the atmosphere. It's also why they say people on a full moon act a little weirder for the same magnetic pull principle of the barometric pressure pushed down on the atmosphere, because it's called a low pressure, meaning a high. There's a pressure in the high upper elevation that's pushing pressure downward onto the earth. And the exact opposite happens during a full moon. With the moon going overhead, it's got its most magnetic pull from the earth, which raises all of the waters, and usually have high tides during full moons because of the magnetic pull of the moon, earth on the moon, or moon on the earth, however you would say that. And it supposedly affects people's insides and their brains because of the wavelength of the magnetic pull. And that's why people say people usually go crazy on a full moon. Wow, that was a long explanation on full moons and gravity, all from barometric pressure. It's a weave, people. It's a weave. It all fits in together. Hey, you know what I'm going to do later this year, peoples? I'm going to pull a James Unleashed, and I'm going to get a camera, and I'm going to set it up in the backyard as I'm cutting down my weed plant so you guys can see me harvesting. See how many views I can get. The plant right now, as a matter of fact, I could probably walk outside here. It's bent over, and it's still at the lower branches as it's bent over. The lower branches are at about 6.5 foot. The actual stem, if I take a tape measure, a cloth tape measure, and run it along the double S pattern stem, it comes to over 8 foot tall, and it still has probably 2 more foot to grow before it goes into bud cycle. After it goes into bud cycle, it'll be about 9 foot tall, and it'll grow no less than 50% taller than it is right at the point when it goes into grow cycle, which is the first week of August. So if it's 9 foot and grows 50% more than that, which is the minimum the plant grows during the bud cycle, it'll be about a 13-foot plant. But it can max grow 150% bigger, which means it could be a 20-foot plant. Dude, I am going to have so much weed this year. I'm actually going to have a job too, and the economy is going to be good later this year. So I'm going to have a lot of people from work. I'll be selling ounces for $150. Get like $2,300, $2,400 a pound, have 5 pounds, get an extra $12,000, $13,000. Yeah, that'll help someone move across country. Actually, that'll pay for the move across country. At least for my stuff. It won't pay for me and my car and shit like that. But that's why I'm going to be investing shitloads of money in MJNA, Clean Air Metals, SFRX, NNE for the stock market. And when it comes to crypto, by the end of next month, I'm going to have a shitload of HBAR, Algo, XLM, XRP, and Digibyte and ZBCN. As soon as it becomes nationally legal for medical purposes, Silver Rugger, I will give an attempt to ship it there because it shouldn't be stopped unless in your country of Australia it's illegal. But as long as it's not illegal, it should make it through. Where's Deplorable Hulk? Oh, there's Deplorable Hulk. Yeah, as long as you get the virus, exactly. And you typically, like right now, I have probably like a 1/4 pound still hanging on the dryer that I never cured because I had too much of it, and I'll probably end up throwing it away because I didn't sell any. And last year I threw away a couple pounds as I was too lazy to even make water-based extraction hash out of it, which I guess I should do this year. So that way when I go back to Alabama, I can hit up all my friends and say, hey, check some of this water-based hash out. This is some fucking weed I grew. And they'll be like all passed out on the fucking couch. And I'll be like, wake up, motherfucker. You only took 2 hits. That'll be funny. Go back with some, because I grow some fucking stony-ass weed because I'm an iron worker. I grow it to subdue pain. So you got to have a decent indica with a heavy pain suppression, which is a very stony type weed. And I don't like it affecting my brain too much because I like to think. But I do like how it slows my brain down so I can actually concentrate on 2 or 3 things, not 13 or 14. Yeah, I pretty much grow for myself, except for, like I said, deplorable. This year I'm moving, so that's an extra expense. So, why throw away the money if it can help me move? Band 79. What's up, girl? Yeah, if it can help me move and cover that expense, yeah, I'll do that. I mean, it'd be foolish not to. It's quite expensive moving out of California. Might as well have California trees pay for that expense. Seems reasonable. I'm actually drawing up a greenhouse, and I'm going to build when I get to Alabama on my land, because it's a lot more humid and it rains a lot more down there. So I'm going to grow in a greenhouse some of my more special plants. So I'm designing what I would consider a more than adequate growing location where I can do like tomatoes and weed and canis lilies and a few others vegetables. Maybe some hanging watermelon and give that hammock design watermelon a try. There are so many lakes, rivers, and streams in Alabama. Oh my God, it's like, if you know how to fish, you'll never be hungry. There's tons of wildlife out there. Now, a thing to do would be to start like a 1/4-acre rice paddy field and stick. Hey, what's up, Hopkinson? Start a 1/4-acre or a 1/2-acre rice paddy field and really don't even harvest it and just load it up with crayfish. So that way, anytime you need some food, you'd have fucking a ton or two of crayfish on hand. Yeah, different areas of the country have different atmospheres: dry, hot, humid, wet, cold. New Mexico is more dry and hot and cold and dry. with in between flash floods that'll kill you. Hey, thank you, Hopkinson. See how many likes I have here. I might have a record. Let's see. I don't see how many likes I have. It's Indy. What's up, Indy? We were just talking about pot. I figured you'd come along. Of course, I'm lying out my ass. You can go back about 30 seconds to see we weren't talking about pot. Thank you, Hopkinson. I got 11 thumbs up. That actually is a record. I'm growing. Woo! Deplorable. That's a good idea, actually. There's a lot of places, and people actually ought to look on that. If you have land, depending on where you are in the country, you can actually get paid not to grow stuff that you weren't going to grow anyhow on your land. If you want to know about the waste, fraud, and abuse part, that's part of the waste part of the government's expenditures, but it is actually a valid way to make money. What's up, Mike? Yeah, you can get paid not to grow stuff even if you weren't going to grow it to begin with, because they offer programs. They were offering one time, I remember there was a program where they offered farmers more money per gallon of milk to dump the milk out and not sell it than to send it to market. And that was our tax dollar going to dairy farmers to dump milk into the freaking ground rather than sell it. So our tax dollars were used to buy milk to be poured in the ground. It's like, how the hell does this freaking economy function, man? Oh, by the way, that meow was Gandalf. He's got a very distinct meow. Man, our economy, it's really screwed up. I was fighting BLM, Bureau of Land Management, me along with a couple thousand other people nationwide, because they were rounding up horses and wanted to sell them for fucking dog food, and they were going to take the money and do something with it. It's like, you guys are a fucking federally funded organization. You have no right to take the wildlife and send it to slaughter. And they were using the excuse, oh, well, the American horse isn't native to America. And then, thank God, being I'm an iron worker, we were digging the fourth tunnel called the Caldecott Tunnel that goes from Orinda to Oakland on Highway 24. Traffic was getting real bad, so they had 3 tunnels, and every day in the morning they close off one way and open 2 tunnels for one way, and then open the other 2 of the tunnels for the other way on the reverse commute. So they paid to have a 4th tunnel. And in the digging of that 4th tunnel, we found the skeleton of a single-horsed hoof, which is natural Native American horse, which proved that horses were native to America. And because I was fighting on the fight to fight the BLM to have them quit fucking slaughtering horses, I gave that information to, I think it's Nadia Black, a lawyer in New York City who was working with us. And she tore their asses up and said, we now have historical facts through the bones that the horse is native to America. You need to stop slaughtering them. And we forced the BLM, an American federal 3-lettered fucking branch of the government that works for us. We had to force them to stop slaughtering horses for their profit. American wild fucking horses that belong to the American people. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with this country? Yeah, deplorable. It's disgusting, man, the amount of manipulation. Well, Hopkinson, I gotta say, man, I enjoy a cold glass of milk at age 57, dude. There is hardly anything more satisfying to me after being outside and doing something to have an ice cold glass of milk. But I'm a weird son of a bitch, so well, of course I can. This is funny. Neighbor, I helped him put up a pull-up bar on his underneath his carport, right outside of his sound studio. He's kind of skinny guy and tall. He wants to work out, right? So he bet me $10. I couldn't do 10 pull-ups, so I knocked out 10 pull-ups. And then I said, I bet you can't fucking do this. And I grabbed the pull-up bar with one arm, and I did a one-arm pull-up. And he spent about 5 minutes trying and couldn't even get halfway up. I was like, dude, you're in your 30s and I'm in my late 50s. You telling me I'm stronger than you are? Oh, Oreos, yeah. Talk about Oreos, yeah. Now there's your treat. Cold milk and Oreos. Oh yeah. Forget beer. Oh yeah. Weed, it does a body good. Oh, I can do no hand pull-ups too. You sit down, you put the pull-up bar at your chin, and you stand up, and then you sit down, then you stand up, and you sit down, then you stand up, and you sit down. But that's just how I do those ones. I'm sure you have your unique way of doing them. My dad used to practice curling all the time. 16-ounce curls, left-handed and right-handed. Do about 24 of them a night. RSO. Is that a government agency? I'm stuck on acronyms. Isometrics. I was just doing that out back. What I like doing is I like sitting down in the chair and spreading my legs out wide, and then pull the chair out from underneath me and see how long I can hold that sitting position. Believe it or not, after a very short period of time, it hurts like hell. Oh, Rick Simpson oil. Okay. I like cold water extraction CDB oil for flexibility, because I was just talking about how I was doing that seated position isometric thing. I was also checking my flexibility, doing inside and outside crescent kicks into a side kick, and I realized my side kick, as I did that, didn't get any higher than the person's belly. So I was like, fuck, I might be stretched out for a front kick, but my side kicks are not nearly as high as they used to be. Of course I do. You know what gets me, Deplorable Hulk? And it always gets me in arguments with people who say they're Christians. They say, you've got to get baptized. You have to be born again. And I was like, okay, why do I have to be born again? Because I wasn't born believing Jesus Christ. So I have to admit that, but yet I was born believing in Jesus Christ. So I don't have to be born again. And they just don't get that. I was 3 years old. I was having visions of holy shit going on, bro. Before I was able to fucking think as a human, I knew I was saved by Jesus Christ. Why do I need to be born again for your satisfaction? Get out of my face. Yes, I believe in Jesus Christ. And I believe I have a mission down here that he put me down here to do. That's how I know more about platinum than the World Platinum Council. And I've done videos saying as much, telling you 6 months in advance before I get an email from the World Council telling you shit that I told you 6 months before they sent me the email telling me that shit. I have a good tendency of knowing things years in advance because I believe I'm on the right path, because I believe in Jesus. And I believe it is my position in life to do certain things, one of which is elevate people that'll listen to things that need to be said. And there are those of you out there that have made a lot of money off of shit that I've said, and I am very happy and grateful that you have taken and made that money. I personally can't do it right now, but it thrills me greatly to know that the information that I have that can make people money actually is making some of you guys money. I mean, I get such a thrill off of that because I don't care about money. I know I'm going to have shitloads of it. I know that for a fact. I am very convinced of it. So I like hearing other people making money off of things I say. That thrills the hell out of me. I love hearing when, like, William says, Neil, I'm up 1,300%. Or when someone else is like, yeah, I bought that other stock you said, I'm up 800%. I love hearing that shit, man. Nothing thrills me more because I like knowing that good people are making money that can help their families out. And that's what America should be about. And I have not seen that. So that's the America I want. And the only way you can make things happen is to build it and they will come. So if I make it that way, it'll be that way. So I'm going to make it that way. So it thrills me to death when I hear people making money off of what I tell them or the information I give out. That, in my mind, it also buys me more brownie points in heaven. So the more people I help down here, the better off I'm going to be up there. You know, it's like brownie points. Brown nosing. I'm brown nosing for the next life by doing good things in this one.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like paying it forward.
Yeah.
So, like, you're dispensing energy in all your research and you don't really get compensated for that. And you haven't asked for compensation. So that's really cool that you're happy for people that benefit from that. But
that right there, believe it or not, JM, from the proper perspective, is the best payment. Because if you're happy, people live longer.
When I benefit off of other people, though, I like to pay it back.
And I like to hear people
to some degree, at least.
I like to hear people pay it forward to others. Because if we all did that, imagine how many years it would be before all of America was healthful and prosperous. Because everyone would be paying it forward. Everybody. It would be nonstop goodness. That's like, oh my God, that's the America I want to live in.
It's tough to get everybody to have that mindset, though, especially.
You never will. Don't even think about it. You'll drive yourself crazy. You're going to have at least half the people, and it even says so in the Bible, speaking of, do you believe in Jesus? It even says so in the Bible. There's going to be a lot of soulless people in the end. And basically, in layman's terms, basically don't waste your time on the soulless people. Another more modern saying is to argue with stupid is stupid. You know, you're wasting your time arguing with stupid, and you're making yourself stupid. So it's the same thing as the soulless people. You got to realize where your time is being wasted and where your time could be more valuable when it comes to giving the information. Give it freely. See who comes back to you and says they did something with it, and continue to focus more on those people. And the ones that don't listen, don't focus on. You're still giving the information. It's up for everyone else to grab on their own, you know, and not everyone is, and not everyone wants to. There's a person that I talk or in chats with that totally negative, probably in his mid-50s, and never going to have anything because his general attitude is that of, I want, but I don't want to do for it. And that's the basis of his attitude. It's like, well, you're not, I mean, how many years have you spent not getting anywhere? You think you might want to change perspectives and see if something else works? But I'm not going to tell him that because it's a waste of time.
Did you see the comment from Strictly Cycling?
What's up, Strictly Cycling?
It's I think that person's right too. Very, very few people, like when you do one arm pull up.
Dude,
let's say you're doing it with your right arm. Are you holding on to your right wrist with your left arm?
Oh no, I can do 3 or 4 if I do that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I can do 3 or 4. If you like grab the wrist between the wrist and the elbow, if you grab that with like your left hand when you're doing a right hand one arm, I can do like 3, 4, 5 of those, no problem. I'm talking single arm, single hand, and man, I look like a fish out of water. I really got to freaking pull, and my legs start twitching a little bit, and it doesn't look like a proper pull up at all. But yes, I can do one.
Yeah, Neil
would not post it because people would. I'd look like an epileptic going up.
For Strictly Cycling, like I don't know. Do you know Strictly Cycling?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so just so you know, like Neil's lean and mean and has kept himself in shape. Well, I don't want to speak for you, but like I know I've seen you flex a bit there, and like you're you know,
I like to think
in good shape.
Yeah. I like to think. Let me put it like this: not too many people know this, but when I was like a preteen, one of my heroes, I guess other people like Chuck Norris, one of my heroes was Fast Foot Wallace. And I can still do a front kick above, or at least I could hit most any people in the face with front snap kick. And as I was talking earlier, I was practicing because of my lower back's been bothering me, so I've been like stretching and isometrics, trying to loosen it up. And I was doing my outside and inside crescent kick into side kick. So yeah, I'm pretty flexible.
And so, what was your reasoning for not doing a video? You said that.
I look like an epileptic when I do it, man, because it's not easy and it strains, it hurts, it's not fun. It's not like I practice it, but I when I was younger I was able to do it, and I do like to be able to not lose that ability. So every now and then I'd still do it, but every time I do it I realize why I don't want to do it, because it's a bitch.
Gotcha.
It's not easy, and it doesn't. Again, if you're talking like pull-ups, like. You do it. There's a correct, proper procedure where your arms go all the way down, your legs are straight, and you pull yourself up, and it's a controlled methodology. When I do the one arm pull up, there ain't nothing controlled about it. I'm like shaking and wiggling and shit, looking like I said, a fish out on the hook out of water.
That'd be funny, man. That might go viral.
It's not pretty.
I think you should record it anyway. And then
No, I don't like making myself look bad. Sorry.
Fair enough. I know
Now
I did.
when I hold the wrist, I'll do
I
those
did
ones.
that.
I can actually do full extension down, back up with those ones. One hand, doing it that way.
Yeah. I know you had some.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know about 10. I can do about 6 or 7 that way. It's not like something I try. It's not like a workout. I just go every now and then because he put up that bar. It's available to me, so while I'm there, I use it. You know.
Oh, he's saying wiggling is cheating.
Exactly.
No wiggling allowed.
Like I said, there is proper ways of doing it, and it doesn't meet that criteria. And that's what I was stating.
I didn't know that, so I'm getting an education here.
That's why I stated I don't videotape it.
Gotcha.
I was making that disclaimer as we were talking, Cyclone.
Okay. So it's still impressive, but not that impressive.
Well, not too many people out there could do it, but no, I did 3 yesterday, but I can do about 7 if I really force myself to. Again,
well, I'm sure if you worked up to it for a couple months and you started training, to be able to do that, you'd be able to get back.
I used to be able to do it easily. I occasionally redo it, and I only do 3 or 4, but I could knock out 7.
Yeah.
But it's not a daily routine. If I got into daily routine, I could probably get back to the 1 arm. But I'm 57. I don't want to build my muscles up. I want to slowly maintain them. But it's like if you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger without his shirt, look at him when he did the movie Conan, and look at him now. It looks like he needs a bra. Because if you get your muscles too big and you stop all of a sudden doing all that shit, your muscles go to fat. And I don't want that.
I got a question for you, Neil.
Yeah.
And just let me know if you're not into it. But you saw at least one of the 2 or 3 videos that I did there with a contact of mine that was doing, a little bit of martial arts there. And he said his balance was off and this and that. And so what I'm wondering is if you would mind either now or sometime just doing a live critique on it. Because I was speaking with him the other day and he's showing me some more of this stuff. And he's like, why doesn't it show up right on film? He's convinced I was getting the wrong angle recording it or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Strictly, I'll do a 30-second video if I catch my buddy next door, and I'll get him so that way I can do a video specifically for you of me doing 7 of them, so that way I can prove to you that I'm not lying. My numbers are all over the place because I was talking about what I did that day, and then I was asked how many I can do, and I said maybe 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't really know, but I'll do a video specifically to show how many I can do.
Okay, so Strictly Cycling does have a decent YouTube channel here with 2.8 thousand subscribers.
Right on.
I'm going to subscribe to Strictly Cycling and just ask if there's...
Then don't make fun of it if you don't want to see it, because I will demonstrate it and show you. I don't lie. Okay? We need to get on the right page here. If you're going to make fun and say, oh, you said 6'7", like I'm a bullshitter. I'll make a video and prove I'm not a bullshitter. So then you say you don't want to see it. That tells me maybe you're a bullshitter. Because I will prove it, okay? So don't make fun of what I say. I'll prove it. I don't lie. I have no reason to impress you. I don't even know who you are. I like everyone here, but I don't like people who want to challenge me and then say they're not interested. That leads me to believe you're a bullshitter. So let's keep it real. Sorry, JM. I got a little upset.
No worries. No worries.
I'm the only 33-year ironworker I know that's not crippled because I'm intelligent and learn to work with the steel and not have the steel work me. That's why I'm still in shape. I can do a lot of fucking things.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can totally appreciate that. You don't want to record it and everything if you're not doing it with good form and everything. It's one thing to say that you can do it, but
Well, I stated I could do it like a fish out of water. I'm wiggling, and I stated that.
Yeah,
I didn't lie, and
that's the thing with
it's on video recorded. So I'm not. I'm straight up in the right.
No, I totally get the point though, right? Because like one of the new lines is, if you don't have video, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
79. I believe him.
She's just talking shit.
I believe him.
I ban her. Like, oh, this is my channel. I can ban her. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you can ban anyone.
No, I won't do that. And actually, I'm sorry. Last time I timed you out for 5 minutes 79. I meant it to be for 10 seconds.
So what do you say I play that one video?
Which one?
And you could critique it. My one contact there that was doing some of the martial arts.
Sure, I'll give my opinion.
Yeah.
And I want everyone to understand what an opinion is. It's a personal perspective. It's not yours, it's mine.
Yeah. So I'll mute it. It's going to take me a minute just to pull it up here. Where did it go? Oh, there it is.
And that's why I said I look like a fish out of water, because I don't do a proper one when I do it.
So there is music on this, but I'm going to mute it. Yeah, because there's a...
Fucking Gerald. 79 will join that channel, Gerald. Yeah, unless you're in bed, then it counts all day long, 79.
So this is designed to be like fitness over 50. And it's in the spirit of what I think Neil was talking about before. You know, you don't want to decline when you get into middle age. You want to keep trying to maintain yourself as best you can, right? So this is one of
its effects.
Yeah, here, we'll hit it. So this guy, he's a major fan of Bruce Lee and Ip Man and all.
He's imbalanced on his left and right. When he's doing that, he should come back balancedly even with both his hands, because it's all about symmetry.
Okay. I'm gonna mute up while you critique, just because I want to get it nice, and I got this air conditioner going. But feel free to just critique away, and I'll review it with him, because like he genuinely wants to improve still.
I like that he throws the mule kick. Not too many people do that. It's the most powerful kick out there.
He worked a long time on Iron Fist.
Except for that side. It's that he's not, the side kicks, he's not getting full power out of it.
Yeah. And this was all one take, right? So
he's doing more Jeet Kune Do. I mean, it all looks good, but until you get hit in the face, does it really matter? I mean, I've seen some masters that look good, but you know, and be honest with you, it looks like he might be one of those guys that if he gets hit in the face, he might not follow through with what he's trained to do. He doesn't have the air of confidence of a fighter about him. But at 50 plus, he's doing real well. But at 20 years old, I wouldn't stick him in the ring.
I was encouraging him. I was like, well, why don't you like try out for martial arts? Because like he wants to know how good he is. And so now his big goal is he wants to go to China and learn.
What he should do, he should go down to his local boxing ring and start sparring with the boxers and getting used to being hit. Because once you get hit, your brain works differently. It doesn't matter what you trained for. Well, I've seen guys that train, never get hit. As soon as they get hit, training goes out the window. It's same with war, same with everything. You can train until you actually practically do it. It's not the same. So I would suggest that he goes to his local boxing club and join for about 6 months, because the closest thing to Wing Chun is boxing. And that's because you can get hit and you get used to getting hit. All that he's doing is great, but it goes out the window if you get hit in the face and you don't think about kicking to the knee as you're getting hit in the face, because you've never been hit in the face to have that synapses pathway open to be able to get hit, defend, attack, and move. Yeah. See, because Wing Chun, what he wants is he's only like right there, he's only kicking. He's not moving and defending. So he's got part of it down, but you got to do all of it. And he doesn't show confidence in what he's doing.
He was probably a little bit nervous. It's being recorded.
Yeah, it looks like he's nervous. And that's why I say join the boxing club. Once you get hit a couple times and you go back into your training, you see it differently and you act differently. And that shows to people who have actually been hit in fights and stuff like that. You can tell he hasn't been hit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think he gets hit very much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you doing that. I think it's almost done. And I'm going to show this to him.
You see his left hand as he's doing that? That's showing he's off balance. See, he's got the form right, but he's not. He's moving all those kicks. He shouldn't be moving those hands, because those hands they're offsetting a balance offset, and he's using the hand to offset that balance offset. You should be able to do that kick without your hands moving, because you got perfect balance. And that's what I'm saying. And if you get hit and do those moves, and you get used to getting hit while doing those moves, you'll get balance. That's why I say go to boxing ring. Boxing ring is the best place to start.
What about I thought kickboxing would actually be even better.
Well, okay, now you get into different styles of kung fu. The reason why they have different styles of kung fu and different fighting techniques is because some are good for alleyways, some are good for open fields. What do you want to do? Boxing is good all around for all of that, to where kickboxing's not good for all of that, because it's not good for like tight alley fighting. That's why I say boxing and Wing Chun, because they're like tight, close quarters fighting and also adaptable to open field fighting, to where other fighting techniques are more, if you like your Shaolin techniques, they're more open field techniques where you do a lot of jumping, spinning things. You need space. You need, people away from you. You need objects away from you. So that, if you have that fighting style, you don't want to get a fight in an alley with that fighting style, because you'd be a little punk and get your ass kicked by a third grader who knows how to fight in close quarter combat.
Yeah.
And that's why I suggest boxing, because you got a synapses pathway. When you get hit in the head, you're going to do one of two things. Your brain is going to do one of two things. This I guarantee, I'll put money on it. Your brain will do one of two things. It'll send you into a fight reaction or a flight reaction. Either two of those reactions, you need to know which one you go into if you want to continue training, because you're going to have to train your brain to overcome whichever one of those reactions you're naturally going to have. And that's where the training comes in. And that's why I say you're going to get hit.
Yep. So you're not thinking about it. It just flows.
It comes naturally. Yeah. And then you're working faster, because motion without thought is quicker than a thoughtful motion.
That's right. Yeah, because your thought will make you second
slow you down. Yeah. If you have to think about it, that's a third of a second you wasted thinking about it before you moved, which means you just got hit by someone who doesn't think about it but moves. And that's a better trained person. They have synapses pathways guaranteeing no matter what happens to them, they will do the move. That's what makes them dangerous. So you can hit them in the face, you're still going to get fucked up. Where most people, you hit them in the face, they don't have the synapses pathways built up to continue what they want to do, and they start covering up and doing the natural reaction, which is one of two things: fight or flight. and you don't know which of those two you're going to get until you get hit in the face. And that's why I suggest boxing, because then you find out what your brain is telling you and where you need to work on yourself to overcome that to become a better fighter.
Yeah.
And everyone's different.
Big
Luckily for me, I was a silver medalist in the Army boxing back when I was 17. So I found out real early what I can do and how to improve it. Most people don't have that luxury.
It's good to see you, Snooks. We interact with the chat. We just took a little bit of an intermission break there because we were kind of talking along those lines, and I wanted to share that video and get some feedback from Neil. So thanks for putting up with that. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, any physical activity. Get physical with that activity before you think about it. You want to say you're a kung fu guy. Fight some kung fu guys. Get hit. See how good of a kung fu guy your brain says you are. Because your brain and what you are two different things.
Wasn't it Muhammad Ali who said the whole idea is to not get hit?
Oh, yeah. No, that's the whole point. You know how many people have reached that? None. Everybody,
especially in boxing.
The goal is to not get hit. You know how many people meet that goal? Nobody. See, now there's lots of perspectives. Gerald says that, see, now we're talking size. Now you're talking caveman thought process. Bigger means better. They even show in the Bible where that's an improper thought process. David versus Goliath shows that theory as being out of the woods thinking. If you think about it, the bigger the guy is, well, they still have to reach you. So now you want to use your legs before you use your arms because your legs are longer, which means they won't be able to reach you with their arms and kill you with one touch. So what you want to do is throw a front snap kick to their leading leg as they're putting all their weight on their knee, because the knees of big guys are usually weaker than the knees of small guys, because, see, normal anatomy is not normal at 260 pounds. That puts extra strain on your knees, and you'll find that guys that are tall and heavy, 90% of them have knee problems by middle age because anatomically they're not designed to be that heavy. If you take advantage of the anatomical differences of the big people, you can tear them apart before they touch you. A lot of people don't know that, though. It helps become a medic real first, because people who are medics who know how to put you together know what it takes to tear you apart, and then you realize size actually works against you. It's more speed and accuracy.
And endurance too, I think.
Well, no, actually, the actual ability to hurt someone. A lot of people don't have the ability to hurt someone. You'll hesitate, and if you hesitate in a fight, you usually get your ass kicked. And that hesitation is not having the will to follow through to hurt someone else, because innately people aren't designed to hurt other people's. You have to actually have a psychological problem to want to hurt people. It's not natural.
Yeah. I've never been in a rush to get beat up. That I can tell you.
I always like running, stay just out of line, say some smart ass remarks till you get them, again, tactical, till you can get them in a terrain that is advantages you, depending on if the guy's bigger or what, if they're bigger, you want them a little more tired, use that to your advantage, back up, make them fucking huff and puff before you get to them. I mean, there's a lot to a fight. If you just go straight up and want to go toe-to-toe and not use any of those advantages, the small guy, will probably lose. But that's a dumb fighter. I like to think I'm not dumb. And I'll run until the guy gets tired. Then I'll turn around and fight him as he's tired, because I know he's now at a disadvantage, which makes us more even. But, I'm not going to stay there and fucking fight toe-to-toe when he's fucking fresh if he's got me by 150 pounds. But having said that, I have been jumped by a guy who's 240 pounds, 6'2" from behind. His first shot broke my rib, 2 of my ribs, and punctured my lung. And I did an 11 count before I had him crying, asking me to stop whooping his ass. And all of it is documented on a workman's comp case. So I have taken big people who have attacked me from behind and fucked them up. And I have documentation.
With broken ribs.
With broken ribs and a punctured lung, and he was on top of me on a ground and pound scenario, and we were on metal decking because we were on the 20th floor of a high rise we were building. Metal decking is corrugated decking that's 3 inches up, 3 inches across, 3 inches down. So if you have broken ribs in your back and you have a 240-pounder on top of you and you're on your back, it's extra pain. But I know about Aikido and learned that young, which is pain tolerance, and still being able to act to where your pain does not overcome your brain. Again, one of two things happen when you get pain, when you get the pain delivered to you. It's a fight reaction or a flight reaction. If your brain goes into flight reaction, you're just fucked, and you need to overcome that. And that's why I told you to tell that guy to get hit in the face a couple times. If you go into fight mode, you can actually work it to where your brain, it like time goes in slow-mo, and you have time to think of 4 scenarios in like a third of a second and act on the most appropriate one. It's like weird how it happens. But this guy was on top of me for like 7 of those seconds on the count before I was able to get him off of me into an ankle lock, which I had so tight. And he was so fucking big when he actually got off of me from the ankle, because the ankle kind of, the leverage of me on the ankle made him go off of me, because that or I'd have ripped his leg off. So he kind of rolled off of me, and the weight of him rolling off of me lifted me up into a standing position because he had me by 100 pounds. And then he begged me to stop. So I took his leg at that time and slammed his knee down on the deck, making sure that I hurt him too. And then I walked down 20 flights and called 911. Man, I was at work the next day. All of it's documented. I don't lie.
With broken ribs, you're back at work.
Yep. I took 1 day off, and then I went back to work.
Man, I've had bruised ribs and can hardly move.
Well, see, there's interesting thing about me over everyone else is I'm single. If I don't work, I get evicted.
Gotcha. Yeah, where there's a will.
You know, and workman's comp, you get 4 to 6 months before you get fucking money. I would have been homeless before workman comp kicked in. And I realized this. And the reality of life is, suck it up, buttercup, go to work, or you lose your house. So I suck it up, go to work, and I didn't lose my house.
Yeah, I hear you.
There's realities in there. And the fact that I'm a white male doesn't help when people, oh, give him free shit, So yeah, you just suck it up and you do what you got to do and fucking drive on. And who gives a fuck? You do it.
I gotta take off for 5 minutes. Are you still gonna be live streaming?
I'll be smoking pot, making fun of 79.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Okay. If she doesn't run scared like a little girl. Hey, Snooks, why don't you come up here so I can make fun of you? I'm kidding. You can make fun of me too. You'll be up here. You can do what you want. I will only Iggy Independent Mini. Just because I have to. But you, I wouldn't do that to. Or 79. Zardos. Hey, I told you to buy silver and platinum Zardos on a comment you made on one of Sal's shows this morning. I saw you commented, so I commented on your comment because I'm that kind of guy. Silver Shelby, what's up? I am having a great weekend. Actually, Wednesday, I got to go up with BA up to Sacramento to talk some shit about 2 bills they're trying to pass in fucking California. And they want me to go fucking say some shit. So I'm going to go say some shit to the fucking state senate on Wednesday morning. And I called the BA and told him yesterday, I was like, yeah, I know it's 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. Check this out. I need you to get some information together. So that way we can have a couple guys do this. So I'm having him get some shit together so we can do a good presentation in front of the Senate. State Senate, not federal Senate. So when I say become politically active in your local area, I do what I say. I'm fixing to have 2 laws fucking slammed down because they don't work well for American workers in California. Well, Snooks, if you knocked a man out, what I'm thinking is you jumped on him. He fell over backwards, hit his head on the fucking table, and you landed on him and said, "See, bitch, fuck with me, I'll jump on you and knock you out." I'm kidding, of course. I could see 79 and Snooks going around bar hunting for drunk guys to knock out on YouTube. 2 YouTube videos, 2 girls go to the bar to knock guys out. You guys would get millions of views. It'd be funny as shit. You might get sued. Let me refrain from that. Don't do that. There's liability in it. Now, girls, don't take my advice. There's too much liability on that one. It's a funny thing, but out here in California, in the past 30 years, I learned liability and lawyers don't work well for people looking to have a good time. Usually people having a good time are like, well, what do you mean that's illegal? It's fun. Oh, is that why it's illegal? Yep, because it's fun. Damn it, man. That's why I make fun of you, 79. I don't want you to love me. There's reasons behind my madnesses. Well, sit down then, 79. I'm not that tall. You can't stand there. Sit there. Jeez, why do I have to tell you everything, girl? It's simple. Women. See, and she thought she was being a smartass. Girl, been around the block. 3/4 of the way around the block, anyhow. There was a party I went in, never left. Dancing pole, lots of good stuff there. Oh, yeah, I got some good story. Nah, we won't go there. I was actually engaged to, I lied, we are going there. I was engaged to one of the best, most sought after titty dancers in the Southeast. I used to take her, we'd go from town to town to exclusive men's clubs for her to do her little charade and walk out with thousands of fucking dollars after 4 hours. It was an awesome gig, man.
That's how you make money,
dude. She loved dancing. She loved the attention, so that was cool. And I was talking about Snooks knocking people out. Her name, I'll give you her first name, not her dance name. Her first name was Celadine. But she did knock motherfuckers out that touched her because she was serious about no touch policy. And of course, you can just imagine guys at a titty bar. But let me tell you what, she was fucking serious. That's the only reason I could be with her, because I knew she wouldn't cheat on me. She was very loyal. The only reason I didn't stay with her was she was Wiccan. And back to Deplorable Hulk, I'm a Christian. I couldn't have a child with a Wiccan and argue over what religion the child was going to be, so I left her. But she was hot, man. She had her picture on before Katrina. I actually lived with her. Her and Karen, Ambrosia was Karen's dance name, had their pictures on the bar on Bourbon Street where the mannequin swung its legs out onto the sidewalk, that bar. If you'd walked inside that bar, Karen, redheaded girl, dance name was Ambrosia. Her and Celadine. Her and Celadine, their pictures were up on that wall because they were the most sought after dancers in New Orleans. And I was engaged to one of them. So I've had my fun, guys. I just don't talk about it.
Oh, you got to live fast when you're young, right?
Dude. Woo-hoo. Yeah. You got to have fun. I also used to be able to drink down a gallon of rum in one night and it not be a problem.
Whoa. Who did that?
That in and of itself is a problem.
Did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's like 40%. You're lucky you didn't end up in the fetal position.
No shit. There was one night I was in Miami. I was working security for the Miami Dolphins, and somehow I was staying at the same hotel as the defensive line. And I don't know why they were staying at a hotel, but they were staying at the third floor of this Holiday Inn. And I ended up partying with the defensive line of the Miami Dolphins 1989 team. And they told me stories the next morning of me chasing cheerleaders down, and all I had was a curtain wrapped around me because we had drank so much I couldn't. I quit drinking because I couldn't remember shit. But that was a good time. I just can't remember it.
Well, it sounds like you were actually probably a happy drunk.
Oh, I was. I just didn't remember it. So what the fuck's the use of it?
Social butterfly.
Dude, yeah, no, a skinny guy too. Can you imagine little fucking 145 pounder running around with 300 pound fucking linemen and they want me there? It's like, yeah, it's it. Exactly, sir. I don't give a fuck. I had fun, man. There was one time in what was it? South Carolina, Myrtle Beach Bike Week. When was that? It was 1994, I think it was. I was building a building in Charlotte, and we had a couple of days off, and it was Bike Week. So me and my partner, my connecting partner, go down to Myrtle Beach because you know what the fuck, that's where all the girls are. Walking around, we get a hotel at the Holiday Inn, and you know I hooked up boys up with some girls on the beach. Walked into the bar, got a drink, walked out to the parking lot, smoked some pot. See about 20 guys, you know, cool looking dudes smoking in a circle, right? So I go into the circle with them and start smoking. And start talking to him. I see these other guys on the other side of the parking lot taking pictures. So I, you know, elbow this dude to the left of me. I'm like, hey, man, you know these motherfuckers over here taking pictures of this? He goes, yeah, they always do that. I'm like, what do you mean? Is that where the hell's Angels? I was like, inside my own self, I was like, holy fuck, I need to get out of this picture real fast. But on the outside, I was like, cool. I was like, hey, here's the joint, man, take it. And passed it one more time. And then I left. But you know, I find myself in the most bizarre scenarios, and I just walk right into them.
Yeah, 79. I put a mortgage on my shed.
Man, I've had one hell of a life. It's been fun.
79 asked if I still live in the shed. Yeah,
yes.
Put a line of credit up against it.
He now has what do you have storm insurance on the shed for if it snows too bad and collapses the roof, he can get paid.
That's right.
And they're allowing him 2 heaters.
Are they?
Yeah, they said you can use that much power because it's now a residency.
Good point. Good point.
Wow. If it's just a shed, you can't use that much heat in a shed. But if it's a residency out there in Canada, they can't deny you heat.
No, but you got to be careful. Like you saw I've got some insulation in it, and I don't live in it. It's my.
You mean the ants haven't taken all the insulation away yet?
It's my office because I don't smoke in the house. Right? No, I got rid of the ants. The ants are
good.
Yeah.
Good. You might not have as much insulation as you think. There were some big piles on that floor.
They ate out of probably like at least 2 or 3 feet by 2 or 3 feet.
Yeah, it looked about that much when it was on the floor.
Yeah.
They were industrious little fuckers. They had it well planned out.
Oh, yeah. It definitely needs more insulation. If it was well insulated, then you could get away with 750 watt.
It would be about a $300,000 mortgage, Mike.
Right?
That's a pretty big shed he has for California size. Down in LA, you could rent that motherfucker out for $1,800 a month, bro.
Yeah, you could move a whole family in there.
Oh, someone would, trust me. Hell, I see it up here in the North Bay, bro. People across the street, there's like 4 adult couples and 5 kids in a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. I was like, how the fuck did they pull that off, man?
Hey man, stuff here is getting really expensive. Like inflation's got to be running at 20 to 25% per year here.
You need to hurry up and join America, man.
Yeah, there's less tax there too. Like Tropicana orange juice.
Yeah,
yeah, it's like $9 Canadian for a quart of it.
Holy shit!
So that's like $7 US. But I'm like, holy cow, man! Like that's really expensive. And Tropicana, if you look at it, they've been shrinking the sizes as they're increasing the prices.
Here's a thought for you that no one's put. This is a geopolitical thought that I've had. The best way to fight inflation is grow an economy, right? So would it not be growing an economy if Alberta and British Columbia joined America?
It would add to the total, but they also have their own debt and everything else. But
the exchange rate of monetary substance on the debt ratio would change that, because the value would be reevaluated. You would have a reevaluation of assets under U.S. based on U.S. System, not a socialist system that you have now. You said that orange juice was $7 US. It would actually drop down to $4 US if you were American. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
It would be a price reevaluation for the part of Canada that joined America. That would be you would add what is that? What is that? Buying power. You'd have about 30% more buying power of the US dollar on products in those areas of Canada that we don't experience here because of the system you're under now.
Purchasing power.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like Alberta is the most logical choice. It's net positive economically, so it's an asset. Some of the other provinces are just sucking wind, right?
Well, see, the great thing about that is after those provinces leave Canada and start becoming a part of America, that's when all the mines in the north are going to open up. For new American states. Oh, hey, new gold mines just discovered, richest one in the world. That's how it's going to happen, man. America was designed to be an expansionist nation. Within the next 50 years, Canada and Greenland will be part of America. It was designed that way. We're just working slowly to it. And people think they have certain countries and whatever.
I think so too. Like geographically, Mexico should be part of it too.
They're going to be. The way the system works long term is we're working towards what's called a 1.0 society. We've been doing that since, the Stone Ages. And what that is an advance in technology and resource use. And to do that, you have to have more cohesive governments. And to do that, right now we have 187 of them. We got to knock that down to about 3. So you've got to expand the countries of the government systems that are working that will benefit a cohesive one world government that we will have in 200 to 300 years, maybe 4. No time soon, because it's going to take a while to get there. Because we also have to advance our technologies to where we're getting more energy off of our planet than expending and getting, and that takes you to 1.0 society, and that's the technological advances, and that's the natural progression of societies, whether we like it or not. Otherwise, we go back to the Stone Age. So it's going to happen.
And got to be I agree with moving more towards renewable resources, because I know you talk about mining a lot and all that, but a lot of the minerals are not renewable.
We need to quit taking them from this planet, because
they're out.
Exactly what you said. We need to quit taking them from this planet, because when they're gone, they're gone. And if we really need them, we'll have to find them somewhere else. So wouldn't it be more smarter to get them somewhere else now and leave the ones that we have here that are in minimal supply as a reserve, as a last bastion? If we need them now, they are there. And that's why I'm an advocate of space mining and asteroid mining. And hardly anyone knows this. We have a moon. Obviously, we have a moon. It is what's called the L1, the Lagrange 1 of a. Oh shit! Now I'm getting my brain's going too fast.
Slow down. Just breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth.
What is it called? Gravity. In the gravitational pull between planets, you have Lagrange points where you can have an object that will not get closer nor further because the magnetic pull of the object to the objects it's around is at a stable orbit. There are 5 Lagrange points around Earth. At Lagrange point number 3, which is like 3 times as far away of the moon as it is now, 3 times further than that, there is an asteroid about a quarter the size of the moon and is stable orbit with Earth that no one talks about. It's loaded with minerals. It'd be perfect to fucking do lots of things with, get resources from, and not affect the Earth's gravitational pull or access or any of that other crap. Actually build around it a sphere and then start mining it and turn it into a space station for scientific observatory and shit like that. That's what we need to start working for. And it is actually less than a 7-day, 1-day trip, and you're there. And they're talking about the moon, and it takes like 3 days, and Mars takes like 4 months. But no one's talking about this other planetoids that are closer. Gerald, tell us what you think. 79 demands it. 79. I'm not on. Hold on a second. Listen, 79. Listen, this is the lighter. This is the inhalation of the med. I am on my meds. She accused me of not being stoned.
It's called self-medication.
See, I'm not off my meds. Matter of fact, I'll sit on a pound of it right now. I love last warnings. They're so cool. They're like last states that never end. It's like that Hotel California. You can pack up anytime you want. You just never leave.
I can't believe I smoked that whole joint.
I can't believe it took you that long to smoke that whole joint.
I can't believe it's not butter.
I have fallen and I can't get up.
Exactly.
Where's the beef?
Why do you park in a driveway and drive on a parkway?
That is a good question. I don't have an answer for. I'm still waiting to find the golden egg from the last black swan.
And like, why don't they put? Why do they put life preservers on an airplane? They don't put a parachute in a boat.
Actually, they do.
They put a parachute in a boat?
Kites.
Ooh, to slow them down?
No, speed them up.
Okay,
to speed them up.
Gotcha. Nice. You're the first person that actually ever solved that one.
Yeah, they're it's kite sailing. It's an alternative form of motion. It gets you about 3 to 5 knots under the right wind conditions. If you're like have a solar powered boat, and you don't have power. They have a kite energy system, motion system that comes out of the front of the boat, a pole, and it shoots this kite up in the air up to a certain distance, opens up and grabs the wind and starts pulling you along. So that is a parachute. They call it a kite, but it's big. It's a parachute. It would hold a human falling. That's right, JM. See, and the only reason I know that, and Gerald would know this, because I'm actually working on building or manufacturing a new style of catamaran that's alternative energy. So I've actually studied a little bit on the kite system of boats. Actually, they're looking at it for the new boats that we're going to be building here in America, having a kite system as an alternative to save energy as it's crossing the Pacific. And they'll have big kites on those ones. I was going to show part of that. Sal Macagliano did a show today about the Shipbuilding Act and a couple other things, and he was asked to do the speech by Senator Kelly. That's how close we are to getting the Shipbuilding Act going, to where they're going to be building 250 boats of 1,000 foot long or longer here in America, and it's going to happen within 6 months. So if you get your TWIC card, you'll be ahead of the curve on getting a job at building one of those 250 boats that's going to be built in America.
If I was in that area, I think I would probably sign up for tow motor driver, forklift driver.
And if you had your TWIC card and you already had the forklift driver card, you get hired on at that position while other people are waiting 2 months, 3 months to get their TWIC card to get that job. Preparation.
Yeah. Either that or I'd just walk dogs, but I wanted to keep it relevant to this story.
Well, you could walk dogs while in the forklift.
How about having a dog care center right at the facility for all the workers that have pets?
You could have German Shepherds walking security at the port, so that way you have your dogs mixed in with your job.
There you go. Freaking double agent dogs.
And I would have cats out there spying on you.
Nice. I think that we should actually train the dogs and cats to work together in perfect harmony.
As long as they don't have babies. That would be awkward.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%.
It'd be like, which one's the male and which one's the female? Because they come out differently.
Get your pet spayed or neutered, folks.
Indeed.
Spayed or neutered. Neil's got a full house.
Oh my God, I have 8 extras because I missed 2. $220 is costing me a couple thousand.
Like, why can't you add value to it? Why can't you do something like set up? I know you've got Craigslist and like all these different places where you can buy and sell, and like actually add value to those kittens. And actually advertise them, and like get them a good home with people that have the money to make sure that it's going to be well taken care of. And you make money too. Sell them for $500 each.
No, I would actually give them to a good home. The only problem is we have a bad economy right now, and more people are throwing away cats than keeping them. And my fear would be that they would throw that cat away within 1 or 2 years, and that would be my responsibility for giving it to a person that would do that. So I'm the kind of person that'll just eat the fucking cost and keep them.
You could
better economy. I feel better about giving them out.
Yeah, I hear you. Just trying to be optimistic, right? Like, how can you turn lemon into lemon meringue pie?
And this is how I do that. I got more to take care of. I need to be more entrepreneurial and get more money quicker. So let me work at that. And I've come up with several ways to do it that I wouldn't have had I not been put in this situation. Actually, I would have, but
so you're going to keep them all.
Yep.
For anyone that doesn't know, I think Strictly Cycling is fairly new here. Neil has done a wonderful job over the years rescuing stray animals, dogs and cats. And at this time, it's pretty much all cats.
Yeah, there's not many dogs running around for some reason.
Yeah, but if you don't, anyone here that doesn't think that Neil might have a good heart, take a look at go through the Shorts tab YouTube channel. You'll know. I love that one with the shadow. In fact,
yeah, that's one of my outside cats. He's a love bug.
I think you should share it. I think you should share that, or I can pull it up and share it.
Yeah, if you pull it up, I really don't know how to do that stuff. Technically, that computer's stupid. But yeah, he's my moth chaser and shadow chaser. I see him outside. The wind blows and the trees move and the shadow move. He'll jump on the shadow. It's like hilarious. Each cat has his own personality, so I'm like, all right, you're gonna pay for your cat food. Let me do some shadow boxing with you. See if I can't get some views. Like right now, Gandalf is talking to the outside cat, Zor. If you hear the cat meowing in the back.
You should have it there now.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna put. I didn't realize I had to do something. Yeah, this is Grayman. He's the shadow chaser.
Morning ritual.
So this is Neil. recording and playing with his cat, which has been rescued.
It's funny as hell.
Are you tired of chasing shadows? But it's not tired of you chasing it. Do you like this game?
I usually do rabbit ears on him when he sits there when he gets tired. I'll do rabbit ear shadows on him. It really pisses him off.
I got the tail.
See, and I think most people use the laser pointers. It's not often I see someone doing this.
Oh, I know. I love you too, big guy.
I want to show this one too, just so people can
see.
Oh,
yeah. This is funny, man. That's a stick of peppermint. They were tripping on that for like an hour.
They're beautiful, man.
Hello, black and white one's a hoot.
It's Sparky with his 27 hits. Sparky's like, I'll kill it. I'll kill it.
See, people show up here for the knowledge, Sparky, the information, and being a step ahead of the curve.
Sparky's the black and white one.
And they stay for the kitty cats.
He's like, I'll kill it. See, look, I kill it. I kill it. I kill it. I kill it.
Dude, you gotta see these guys do fucking in the air body slams on each other. It's hilarious.
Boy, that thing's dying a lot. Get it, Sparky. You guys kill that stick. Here, let's get it more out from underneath my feet.
Yeah, I'm always concerned when I'm shoeless with them little critters and all their paws.
We got sharp claws on them.
Boy, howdy.
Here we go.
So yeah, if you guys want to see more rambunctious, just go to Neil's Shorts tab and scroll through. This is cool. I haven't caught most of them. I know because Neil's posting every day.
Trying to get money off it so they can pay for their own damn cat food.
There you go.
Boy, that thing's dying a lot.
I appreciate that, Jam.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, switch back to the... okay. It's got a different view now. On the layout, sort of in the bottom and the center. There you go.
I'm figuring it out.
I'm going to drop the link for the Shorts tab.
You know, 79, you ought to train them, son of bitches. Crows can be trained. They're one of the few birds that you can actually freaking train. And if you get like silver coins and train them to bring them back to their nest and have them nest in your backyard, as they go out and about, people who drop coins, they'll pick them up and bring them back to you. And if you want to risk you doing it with bills, you know, they might tear up the bills, but you can train them to find bills for you too. Oh, it is illegal? Well, probably because you can train them to steal. They'll take jewelry.
I didn't know it's illegal.
I didn't know it was illegal either.
I almost feel like I should Google that.
Go ahead. That's what this channel is about, man. Everyone fact check everything, bro. Let's keep everything real. This is like a 21st century news station. You got a problem with someone saying, Google, check it out. Make sure though that you don't just do the first level of fucking fact check, because usually the first level is wrong too. You know, do a little deeper dive. Don't just come out and start shit. But yeah, fact check people for sure. They are one of the most intelligent birds, from my knowledge, out there. There might be like, I don't know, the dodo bird or something like. But as far as like the normal everyday bird that you see, they're one of the smartest birds out there.
So I did just drop the link for the Shorts tab at Neil's Han Dynasty YouTube channel, and if you click on that link, it'll bring you right here, and you can just scroll through. There's the shadow one that we watched, and then we watched these as well. But when you
there's my bed covered by all the babies.
And the further deeper you go through this, the younger those kittens are.
Oh yeah,
it's all chronological, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you'll actually be able to see all the way back to even before those little kittens were born.
Yep.
Let's scroll way down to see.
Yeah, they were still born there.
Tiny. Yeah, and it goes on and on and on. So there you go.
Yeah, no, it just shows their life before they were even born. Yeah.
That's really cool that you've documented that. It's something so many people don't do.
I like doing it because I forgot when they were born. How are they? Fuck, I don't know. I forgot. Let me go on my YouTube channel. Oh yeah, those ones were born the first week of April, and those ones the second week.
Flock of Crows is a murder. 79.
There you go.
Yes, indeed.
Well, that's very interesting. Hey, what's a group of 79s called?
A stack of gold.
Scrooge McDuck's sister.
There you go. That's a good answer, too. Yeah, it is illegal to own a crow as a pet in the United States. Crows are protected under Migratory Bird Treaty. I know someone that rescued a crow that got injured.
That's a unique scenario.
Yeah.
I know in Pensacola they actually have a federal wildlife sanctuary, to where if you get a wild animal, they have to take it. But most cities don't have that, and you have to care for it yourself. In which case, you would own a crow, but it would be under a veterinarian scenario where it needed assistance. And the only reason they have one in Pensacola, Florida, is because a bald eagle got hurt one year, and there was no federal wildlife sanctuary. And since it's the national bird, it had to be cared for. And under the law, it can't be moved from its nesting site. So they had to build a whole federal facility for animal care, wildlife care in Pensacola, Florida, just because of that one bald eagle. But now there's a wildlife care center down there, so it helps everyone and all the wild animals, all the little birds and freaking squirrels and rabbits and snakes and whatever else people find to bring in there. Yeah, happy ending, exactly, Gerald.
Remember the video that I was sharing the other night with the geese flying and the guy in the ultralight?
Yeah.
I ended up getting a copyright claim.
What?
On the video. It was the first time it wasn't for the audio or anything. It was strictly a copyright claim for the video.
Wow. That sucks, because that's beautiful shots that he did. You figured he'd want that shown, man. That's like his educational shit. Why wouldn't they want that fucking distributed out?
I'm fine with it. And they allow you to share it. So like I didn't get in trouble for it. But yeah, like if you're monetizing your YouTube channel and you're doing that, you won't be able to monetize that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't get those. I still, at least
79 reported it.
Of course she did.
I think that she probably didn't even have to call her lawyer for that one. She just freaking went right off the top of her head. She's like, yep.
She probably knew the phone number and said, I'm going to report this son of a bitch. Yeah,
Well,
remember that guy was telling me about JM's Unleashed? He just fucking did a copyright thing. Hit him. Yeah, okay. Thanks, son.
Yeah, don't get me in trouble. Don't get me in trouble.
79 is trouble. I did ban you. I hit you with a drum and made you part of the band. We lost the D through bankruptcy, so it's just now banned. Now that it was in the divorce and the wife took the D. I don't recall. Little kitty, I don't need you in my lap right now, sexy. I'll go
tools. You said this. All right, you down.
Well, so they're treating you like a car. Well, that's bound to happen when there's public money put for. We have issues like that out here in the Bay Area. There's actually cycle lanes put on like the Bay Bridge. There's a cycle lane. So because public money is put into a public transportation thing, they got to follow laws, and they're actually now given citations for like not being in that bike lane and being out in the traffic lane and blocking traffic because there's a specific lane for them. So they'll get a ticket for blocking traffic or impeding the traffic for not being in that bike lane. They have to stop for traffic lights just like a car. And they're basically they're treated like cars in San Francisco, and you'll get a ticket. If you like run a stop sign on a bike, you'll still get a running a stop sign ticket. If there's a bike trail there. I don't know how they treat it if there's not a bike trail. Yeah, I don't know exactly what if it's a summons or citation. I know that you have to pay a fine. I don't know what they call it, if it's summons, citations, if it's a municipal act or whatever. But we do have about 15 years ago, they finished a complete circle around the whole bay. I think it's 157 miles through 57 cities, a continuous bike or walking path. And it also goes over the Golden Gate Bridge into Marin, back over to Highway 37, and leads into Vallejo. And you can actually spend a couple of days on a bike and make it all the way around the Bay Area. It'll take you about a day to do that in a car. It'll take you about 4 days, 5 days to do it on bike. And do something like crystallized osmium, the 8th precious metal, brought to you due to the technological advances of the crystallization process, which brings a unique security signature to each piece, stronger than a diamond, more reflective than a diamond. This is one of the older ones. Oh, that's shitty.
Osmium is a platinum group. Osmium is a platinum group, precious metal. It is significantly more rare than diamonds or gold. While it is toxic in its natural state, it is completely harmless in this crystalline form. The crystal structures are unique on every piece, which is the key to a very impressive security feature. It is very strong, hard, and reflective, similar to, or greater than diamonds. The price performance of osmium has been strong and steady, making it a suitable store of value. We see it becoming popular with stackers, and those who like knockout bling on their jewelry. Due to osmium's high value density, it is relatively easy to store, and easy to move or transport. It will never tone or tarnish. Think generational wealth.
You made that video, right? Gerald wants you to text him that.
Yeah, I will. I had to change my audio settings so the audio would come through well. Did the audio go through nicely?
Oh, yeah, I heard it well.
Nice. See, so I had to turn my echo cancellation off and mute myself while I was playing that. So I'd switch back. I'll drop the link to that video momentarily.
Yeah, JM does some pretty good shit. We collaborated. I got the bass video, and he did everything above and beyond that.
That link I just dropped is the link to the last video. And I'll tell you, Neil got video in such high quality that it almost freaking blew up my computer.
I was going to add my neighbor next door, who's the musician. Yeah. His wife is a director of commercials and movies and things like that. I don't know who she works for, but she's got a high quality shit, and we used her shit.
I've heard of high definition, 1080 and 4K, but this was what, like 30 34K or something. It
was good. It was good. It was very clear.
And that was the previous video that I showed where the H and that amethyst gemstone were turning. So yeah, it was a good collaboration. Nicely done, Neil.
Yeah, I still have access to that camera.
I think I saved it on a different drive as well.
Once I get my gems done, I'm going to use that camera again.
Not really trying to promote osmium at all. So, like, don't get me wrong. That's not what it's about. It's about just bringing awareness to the fact that it exists.
Pretty much.
It's possibly something that 99.9% of the population's overlooked and has absolutely no clue what it even is. So, as usual, at Neil's Han Dynasty channel, if you want to be a couple steps ahead of the curve, tune in.
Yeah, and crystallized osmium is what you want to have because it's gone upwards and nothing but upwards the whole time. It has it's like a very well-performing precious metal.
Yeah. And I know you don't really talk about gold all that much, but I know you'd much sooner have gold than, say, fiat currency or something like that. You just see more opportunity with silver, platinum, and osmium.
I see things from a possibility of gaining market value for whatever you use to buy that asset. I'm a big believer in like taking that $100 and turning it into 200, turning it into 400, turning it into 800, turning it into 1600, turning it into 3200, turning it into 6400. That's what I'm a big believer in. And after that, you take your money and you invest it wisely in solid assets like gold, silver, platinum, land, business ventures, and things that'll expand your wealth. But there's lots of ways to make fiat currency or to make any kind of currency that you want to call currency. The way to be in charge of that is to control what it is that you're doing. Like, for example, if you want to be, run a festivals and events property, accept whatever kind of currency that people want to give you for entryway. If they want to give you Bitcoin or crypto, accept it. If they want to give you gold or silver, accept it. If they want to give you fiat, accept it. If you're that medium of exchange of the different varieties of currencies, you're going to be the person who went to the river not with a pan to pan for gold, but you'll be the person that went there with the sewing machine making gold every day, repairing the gold miners' clothes and shit like that as they tear them every day. So you'll get more gold, but you won't be gold mining, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's true.
I see things differently than others on how to procure wealth.
Whatever the masses have faith in has, I wouldn't call it intrinsic value, but it has temporary value. Right? As long as the masses have faith and confidence, that's what fiat currency is based on.
Here's something for you. This will blow everyone away. Google how many years America was on a gold standard.
Probably from 1776 until...
No, Google it. You'll be amazed. Out of 250 years, we were only on a gold and quasi-gold system for 112 years. From 1933 to 1971, we were on a quasi-gold system to where if you were a foreign country, you could exchange dollar bills for gold. But if you were an American citizen, you couldn't exchange your dollars for gold. But it was still a quasi-gold system. We were only actually on a 100% gold system for like 50 years. But Google it. Like I said, you'd be amazed. Everyone says we've always been on one. Google it. You'll be amazed.
I don't want to Google it if you can just tell me.
Yeah, no, we haven't been. As a matter of fact, we got off the gold system in 1933. It was from 1879 to 1933, we were actually on a gold-based system. And then from 1933 to 1931, we were on a quasi-gold system to where American citizens could not turn their dollars in for gold, but foreign countries could. And that was the quasi-gold part of it. It wasn't a gold-backed dollar. So everyone's saying we've had a gold-backed dollar. We've had a gold-backed dollar. The hell we've had a gold-backed dollar for 20% of this nation's existence. Has gold been considered money for 5,000 years? Yes. Has America used it for money? No. Do we value it as money? Yes. See the difference?
And the whole world accepts it as
They accept it as money, but we don't use it as currency. We've only used it as currency for 50 years out of 250 years of the nation's existence. And for like another 50 some years, we used a quasi-gold system.
Silver was very widely used.
Silver was much widelier used because gold is too expensive for everyday goods and services.
Yeah, silver was
practical. Silver is more practical.
Yeah.
And yet silver is not listed as a currency. It's listed as an industrial. So when you get to know all these cool facts, it'll blow you away and you'll get a more realistic expectation of what the fuck is going on. And if you listen to any of Judy Sheldon's speeches she gives or interviews she gives, like one she gave a couple weeks ago with David Morgan, she lays it out. It'll take 20 to 25 years to unwrap all the bullshit of this fiat dollar system before we could get on a gold system legally. So I'm thinking in the meanwhile of that 20 to 25 years, they're going to put us on a digital currency and repeat the economy of 1836 to 1862. It wasn't a gold-backed economy back then either, but yet every American thrived economically. And back then, the Congress allowed banks to create dollars and compete for consumers because each bank made its own dollar. And Congress just recently passed a law allowing financial institutions to create stablecoins backed by a U.S. dollar. A repeat of the 1836 to 1862 economy, but in digital format. History rhymes. And people don't want to accept that either. And that's going to go for about 25, 26, 27 years. Then we'll go on a gold standard. Because it's going to take that long to unwrap all the bullshit with the fiat dollars down, all the contracts and everything else, and wash all that money out and get rid of it. And it's going to take time. Judy Sheldon said 20, 25 years. And she's the nominee, going to be Trump's next nominee for Fed chair. And she wants a gold standard. And she said that. And she wants a gold standard. So, and she's going to be the next Fed chair. So you tell me that it's happen in 2 weeks or 20 to 25 years.
Do you think there's like an ancient playbook that they're going by that goes like thousands of years back? Or do you think it's...
Yeah. Simple answer, yes, but it's more complex. But yeah, simple answer, yes.
Okay.
I think when Trump went over and saw the Queen and he snubbed her, walked in front of her, and did all this socially improper shit, and the newspapers all jumped on him and said he was a dick fuck, I think he took power from them that year, and this year is the finite bill of getting rid of imperialistic control over American system. And people, and I did a live stream about it. Last live stream before this one, minute from 13 to like 22. It explains what I'm talking about. And no one really understands that because, just like everyone believed we've been on gold standard for a long time, and we actually haven't. A lot of people believe a lot of things that actually aren't true. And what's actually happening right now, a lot of people don't realize, but what's actually happening is we're just cutting the fucking ties of imperialism control over the American political and economic system, and we're actually getting true independence economically. And that's why Trump says he sees the golden age coming, and that's why he wants to redo all the trade deals and tariffs that are happening on us, because for the first time in American history, we will be having financial freedom, and we're set up to control the energy markets of the world, which will put America in the forefront of economics for the next 250 to 300 years. That's why America's pushing for micro and small nuclear reactors now, and they're pushing them regulatorily to get them approved within 6 months, not the typical 20-year regulatory process. That would be an indicator of a shift, a dynamic shift of public funding and rules and regulations towards a pro-energy sufficient country, and selling those energy technologies, which keeps America in charge of the energy markets of the world by decreasing the amount of worth of oil and OPEC's domination. And that is why I said the Air Force has already ordered one micronuclear reactor, and it hasn't even been built yet. They're so excited to get off fucking gas. It costs too much to send them to all these remote locations. Gas is going down, nuclear is coming up, and America controls it. And I proved that too when everyone was saying Saudi was going to join BRICS, and I said, no, they're not. And everyone's like, yes, they are, yes, they are, yes, they are. And then the last minute, Saudi snubbed BRICS and says, no, we're going to stick with America. I knew that the whole time, because America is destined by, like you said, some sort of a preordained system. We will be the power, and we will be separate from the world and the world problems. And that goes along with everything I'm seeing in the world right now, where nations are going more national and less global with the running of their countries. So that would put America separate from anything that happens nationally, or not nationally, but worldwide, because we're separated from the world by 2,000 miles of ocean on each side. And I believe that's why we weren't spoken of in the Bible, because in their world, we didn't exist. So the relevancy of us to them in their end time is semi-irrelevant, other than we exist and we are a part of Christianity. But as far as actually being named, just like everything else in Revelations, we are not. And that is why we are becoming a manufacturing nation as we speak. Again, if you go national, and you've heard Trump say this before, we want to make everything. We don't need Canada's fucking wood. Sorry, JM. The reason why he said that, because he knows he's going to make marijuana medically legal nationwide, which opens it up legally for medical and industrial use. And they've already said 1,000 square acres of American soil could be used to grow hemp, and we can replace the total wood need of America without cutting down one tree. Why would we need Canadian wood? You remember that conversation Trump had with the PM? We don't need Canadian wood, because he knows he's going to sign that into law where it's going to be legal to make medical marijuana legally nationwide. That opens up the whole industry to where you can go carbon green. We can get 1,000 square miles or 1,000 square acres and grow a hemp forest every year and become carbon-free nation, become the Green New Deal, become whatever the fuck we want, and produce a better wood product that's mold and mildew resistant, bug resistant, twice as strong as wood, and fire resistant. Why the hell would we use wood? Why do we need Canada's wood? So yeah, there's a lot of things changing, but people don't know what it is that's changing. And as far as manufacturing goes in America, who the fuck do you think is going to make that wood? China? It's going to be grown here in America, made here in America, and sold to the rest of the world, because there's going to be a profit margin in it. Technological growth of the economy is also going to get us out of inflation. But that's just the way I see it, and the way Trump said it, but no one reports that he said that. But, we'll see.
I hear what Strictly Cycling is saying and being a little bit skeptical. But I do think it takes a little bit of time for a large ship to turn around. Look at the devastation that the Democratic.
I got one thing to say about that. Do you think we're living under Trump policies right now, or we're still recovering from Biden policies, and he hasn't been able to put his policies in place? Because I can tell you right now, the fact is he hasn't been able to put his policies in place. He's he's done a lot of executive orders, but judges are stopping him, which means we're still living under what Biden did, because he's been unable to change it because judges have stopped us until a few days ago, when the Supreme Court told judges they can't stop the nation. They can only stop their local jurisdiction. And now we've started to experience the effects of what it will be when his policies pass. So we haven't even been living under his policies, and look at all the good things that have happened. All the countries that have come to the table for new negotiations. Yeah, some haven't. Look at Vietnam, shining star of negotiating power. We have now a 20% tariff on them, and they have 0% tariff on us. And they are also building up their military and just told China, hey, go fuck yourself. We're going to sink your ships if you come in our waters, bitch. Shit, you know? So there's a lot of things people seem not to know that's happening because they don't research it for themselves and anticipate that the news will tell them about all these great things that are happening, when all of a sudden they're going to tell you great things when for, I don't know, 7 years they've been telling you all kinds of bad things that has the name Trump on it. So why would they change? So to believe what the news tells you is the first mistake. Second mistake is not doing your own research, because you can't believe the news. Whether it's Republican news, I don't believe Fox. Fox News is the same. They'll even tell you. They'll tell you, how do they say it? Oh, this is General so-and-so. He's a contributor to Fox. When they say contributor Fox, they mean he's a paid actor. Except for being a paid actor, he's paying to act, which means he's going to make money by showing up on TV, which means they're not giving you the news. So I don't even trust Fox, because they openly state he is a paid contributor to Fox, which means they're paying to be on that show. Who the fuck does that? People that are selling a narrative. Okay, they're full of shit too, you know? And they even state it publicly, and people don't catch that part. Oh, he's what, a contributor. A contributor means they're paying for that news station. It means it's their perspective. They're selling. It's a perspective. It's not the news. So even Fox fits in with CNBC. You got to research your own shit. That's why I come up with such good stories. That's how I know right now we're mining 2,000 foot under the ocean to get these little nodules they discovered. And that same technology, because the pressure differentials is the same technology we're going to use to vacuum up fucking asteroids and get all this great materials. So by mining this new mineral that was just discovered, we're making leaps and bounds and advances for asteroid mining. So don't be surprised if it shows up all of a sudden on your radar screen, because the technology is being used right now, invented right now, to suck up little nodules 2,000 meters under the sea. High pressure, lots of dangers, same thing that occurs in space. So they can easily take that technology, throw it on a rocket, boom, now you got space mining going overnight. So you can't, don't take what they say at face value. Read into it, and become very knowledgeable about things that are going on, so you can have a more accurate vision of what's going on, so you can better forecast your economic scene with the accurate vision of what's going on. Because the news, their main goal nowadays, in my opinion, is to fuck you from seeing the real picture, so you can take advantage economically for your own self. They want you to be a lemming and follow their investment advice, because they profit off of it. Be your own person, man. Become wealthy by, listen to them if you want, but know that it's a perspective that they are paying to sell you. That's all I'm saying. Several years, about 10, 15 years ago, the news wasn't like that. They actually gave news. Now they're hand-picking news because they've got paid contributors that are giving you that news. If a contributor to Fox is giving you the news, they want to give you that. There's twist on that story, and they pay Fox to allow them to come on and give you their twist on that story. That's not fucking news. But we're convinced it is. That's true, but you know what he's done this time? He's already got $5 trillion committed to physically building infrastructure for manufacturing. Did he have that commitment last time? No, he did not. And he's also reduced taxes back down that. So he's done that exact same thing again, and got a commitment of over $5 trillion. Our whole yearly salary for America is going to be put into America by foreign countries to build manufacturing infrastructure. I thought you guys saw that TV show that he did. It's called a presidential speech. Oh, that's right. The news stations didn't want you to hear the facts. My bad. Yeah. See, when you say stuff like that, that tells me you listen to the news. You got to research yourself. Trust me. Over $5 trillion is going to be poured in America within the next year and a half. and you're going to see freaking business projects boom. You're going to see manufacturing projects boom. You're going to see ports of call in Ohio and Idaho, in the center of the United States. If they've got a port, you're going to see federal money funnel into it to retrofit it and modernize it. You're going to see 250 ships built over 1,000 foot long, something not seen since 1940. So how do you know what it's going to look like? You follow what Congress is doing. They just passed the Shipbuilding Act. And if you've actually read the Shipbuilding Act, you'll know that it means for national security reasons, we have to build 250 ships 1,000 foot long or longer for the Merchant Marine Force, because the Merchant Marine Force is a backup for the Navy, and they are short ships, and that's a national security issue. So to do that, we need to retrofit our ports because we haven't built a new port in years. So we need to retrofit our ports for national security and build these ships for national security. So do you think that's going to happen? I think for national security, it's going to be shovel ready and pushed through Congress to be made a fact, because that's what they say when they want things done fast: national security. And since Congress already passed it for national security, I'm thinking it's going to happen rather fast. And if you want to compare that with history, you compare it with the Hoover Dam project during the Depression, around the Depression. Times were bad, so they got everyone to work together. They actually created a new company out of 6 companies, and they called the company the Six Company because it took 6 companies to do that job. It was so big, but it was to create jobs. So the Shipbuilding Act under national security is going to create shitloads of jobs because of national security. And if you're not taxing overtime, imagine the economic impact of all these people that just got kicked off welfare being given jobs, because we have so many to give, because we're retrofitting every port and building 250 1,000 foot long ships. And that's just one thing that's coming down the pipeline. Don't get me started on everything else coming down the pipeline. And everyone's got to have money anyhow. Let me get on this. I'm gonna get this real quick here. 2026. Hold on here. I'm getting a video here. Oh no, I fucking typed it wrong. Ford Model T. There we go. Okay, here we go. Where's the video? Where's the video? I need to show my peeps this video.
This should be there, man.
Hold on a second here. Sorry, guys. I'm going to do a share screen here in just a second.
No worries. I was going to say, though, like, I know it's your show, but if it was me, I would invite Strictly Cycling up on the panel, because it's a lot easier to have a discussion.
Oh, I totally agree. And you know what? It's pinned to the top. Anyone is welcome. Anyone. Be polite. That's all. But anyone is welcome. I welcome everyone up here. It's pinned at the top.
I checked out his channel, man. I think you'd actually probably like it. He does a lot of cycling in New York.
This is badass. And there's psychology to everything that happens. Okay, I'm going to tell you that first. There's psychology to everything that happens. This thing is going to be the cheapest vehicle made available to America at this time in history. So let me go back here and get you started.
Back to Auto Insight, your go-to source for the latest and greatest in the world of automobiles. Today, we have something truly special. Ford has done the unthinkable. They've revived one of the most legendary cars in history, the Ford Model T, and reimagined it for the future. That's right, the 2026 Ford Model T is here, and it's bringing a unique blend of nostalgia and cutting-edge technology. So, if you're a fan of classic cars, futuristic designs, or just love hearing about groundbreaking innovations, stick around. This is going to be an exciting deep dive into how Ford is blending the past and the future in a way no one expected. Now let's get into it. The Ford Model T, a name that carries immense historical weight. Originally introduced in 1908, this car changed the world forever. It was the first automobile that the average person could afford, thanks to Henry Ford's revolutionary assembly line production. By the time it was discontinued in 1927, Ford had sold over 15 million units, making it one of the best-selling cars of all time. But here's the big question. How do you bring back an automotive legend without losing its soul? Ford has attempted something that many brands struggle with, reviving a historic nameplate and making it relevant in a completely new era. The 2026 Ford Model T is not just a tribute, it's an evolution. So what does this new version look like? What kind of technology does it offer? And most importantly, does it still hold the essence of the original? Let's break it all down. First things
Hey,
first.
Neil, can you pause it for a second?
Ford had a massive challenge on their hands.
As
The original
soon as
model.
I get the clicks, I got to take a little bit to get click. But yes, I can more than pause it.
I just wanted to say, like, I've seen lots of videos like this, and a lot of them are AI.
Yeah.
And so this is not actually
it's not AI. It's going to be a 26,000 starting price up to 36,000, depending on what extras you want on it. And they're bringing it back to stimulate their brand and bring back the stepping into the electric car. Like I said, it's $26,000 starting price. And they figured the best way to do it is to get the electric car or their new car, which is their electric version, to every American out there. And how better to do that than reintroduce the Model T? Because that car sold more cars were sold, Model T cars, than any car in the world. So they're making a statement.
Okay. And Strictly Cycling said he'll join the panel in a bit. He's
Yeah,
just having a bite to eat.
Yeah, not a problem. I just hope he gives me time to say. I've read everything he says, and he's not a Trump bashing. And my first comment will be, was he crying when 15 million people got put on Medicaid who were illegal aliens who are getting kicked off now? That, you know, there's two sides to every coin. Yeah. Can I go back to the video, or are we finished with the...
Give her. Yep, give her.
Model T was famous for its simple, boxy, and functional design. It wasn't flashy, but it was built to be durable and easy to repair. So how do you bring that look into the 21st century while keeping it futuristic? Well, Ford has managed to blend classic and modern design elements beautifully. The 2026 Model T retains a lot of its original shape with its tall stance and squared-off front end. But now it features sleek LED headlights, an updated grille, and a lightweight aluminum body that helps improve efficiency. Instead of a traditional internal combustion engine, this new Model T is fully electric, making it not just a nod to the past, but also a step into the future. The wheels, inspired by the old wooden spoke design, now have a modern alloy finish, giving it a retro-futuristic appeal. Another fun touch? Ford has included removable panels so owners can customize their Model T to have an open-air driving experience, just like the original versions that came without doors or roofs. Back in the day, the Model T's 20-horsepower engine was enough to get people around at a top speed of 45 km per second, of course that was fine for the early 1900s, but in 2026 things are a bit different. The new Model T is powered by a single electric motor, capable of producing 250 horsepower, which is a massive leap from its ancestor. It can go from 0 to 60 MeF in about 6.5 seconds, which isn't sports car fast, but it's more than enough for a city-friendly EV. Ford has also focused on efficiency and range. The new Model T comes with a 65 kWh battery pack, giving it an estimated range of 280 miles, 450 km on a full charge. It supports fast charging, so you can go from 10% to 80% in just 35 minutes. Another cool aspect is that Ford has introduced a rear-wheel drive layout, just like the original Model T, giving it a fun and engaging driving experience. There's also an optional all-wheel drive variant which adds a second motor for better performance in rough conditions. Let's talk interior. If you thought the 2026 Model T would be bare bones like its predecessor, think again. Ford has packed this car with modern technology while still keeping a minimalist aesthetic. The dashboard is simple but futuristic. Instead of traditional dials and buttons, the new Model T has a 12-inch touchscreen infotainment system that controls everything from navigation to climate settings. There's also a fully digital driver display that gives real-time speed, battery level, and driving data. Ford has also integrated voice commands and AI assistants, allowing drivers to control most features hands-free. Need directions? Just say, "Hey Ford, take me to the nearest charging station," and it'll do the rest. And let's talk about connectivity. This car comes with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, over-the-air software updates, and even a built-in Wi-Fi hotspot. But here's something special. Ford has included an old-school crank handle on the dashboard. It's purely for decoration, but when you twist it, it plays a recorded startup sound from the original Model T. That's a fantastic nod to history. Seating is designed for comfort and durability. The 2026 Model T features vegan leather upholstery, sustainable materials, and an open, airy cabin that maximizes space. Despite its compact size, the new Model T is surprisingly spacious, offering ample legroom for 4 passengers. Now let's talk safety. The original Model T had no seatbelts, airbags, or crumple zones, but obviously Ford has brought this classic into the modern safety era. The 2026 Model T is equipped with automatic emergency braking, lane keeping assist, adaptive cruise control, blind spot monitoring, 360-degree cameras for parking assist. It also includes Ford's Blue Cruise hands-free driving system, which allows for semi-autonomous driving on highways. Now, the big question, how much will it cost? Ford is positioning the Model T as an affordable EV, just like its original purpose back in 1900 AD. While official pricing hasn't been confirmed, rumors suggest it will start at around $28,000, making it one of the cheapest electric cars on the market. There will also be different trim levels, with the base model offering essential features and a premium model including more luxury touches, a larger battery, and AWD.
Speaking of batteries, there's a new battery coming out. I did on my show, I think it was 2 shows ago. There's this guy came up with a new type of battery. Supposed to give you like 1,000 miles of charge, I think it was, and like 80% charge up in like 5 minutes. It's supposed to revolutionize the electric or the battery industry and get us off of the lithium craze, which should change a lot of business activity too, and the pricing of lithium. Okay, your comments are facts. I've got to ask you, where did you get your copy of the bill that just passed Congress 2 days ago? I haven't seen that copy. They revised it. The copy I have seen is not the bill that was passed, and I believe you're talking about that because the bill that was actually passed got revised by Congress, and I haven't seen that copy, so I don't know what's in the bill. So you seem to know it. You said it's fact, so now I'm calling you out. Show me the bill. Because I haven't seen a copy of it yet. I don't even think the news has seen a copy of it yet, but you seem to have a copy of it. You seem to have read it, and you know all the facts about it, Strictly Cycling. I'm calling you out. I'm going to ask you to come up here, and you have video. You'll be able to show me the bill that passed Congress just a couple days ago, and show me in that bill what you're talking about, because that is fact, and I don't think you're going to be able to do it, but you're more than welcome to come up here. Keep a level-toned voice, and don't say facts without proof. Just because you think it is and because you say it doesn't make it fact. I have to read the bill. I can't get a hold of the bill. It hasn't made it to publication yet. So you have done wondrous things by getting a hold of that bill to state you factually know what's in it, sir. I apologize. You are a very, very well-versed politician. I'd say, senator level if you've actually seen the revised version that's just passed.
You never know, like, YouTube's it's public. You could have anyone. It could be Elon Musk or Donald Trump, on a different channel.
I'm just saying the bill got revised and it went through Congress to the Senate and then back to Congress for final passing. And I don't even think I think the president just signed it without actually fully reading the revised version. That, or they told him what the revisions were, so he didn't have to read the whole thing. But it hasn't been, the revisions haven't been put into a final copy and sent out to the public. So we don't know what exactly is in that bill, is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what's in the bill. We don't know. So how can we know the facts? I don't even know what revisions Congress did to get it passed through after the Senate revised it. So, I mean, we got to unwrap all that shit before we actually know what the hell's in it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And someone who's already done that, congratulations, because I don't think CNN or Fox has even done that, because I haven't seen no newscasts on what's actually in the revised vision of the bill that was just passed. That's called the Great New One Deal or whatever the hell he's calling it. big, beautiful bill, whatever it is. I haven't seen a revised version through Congress that got passed that he signed, because it was just like yesterday, day before. Yeah, it was yesterday. So I don't even think they've printed it yet, quite frankly, honestly. Yeah, I haven't read the bill, and I'm not making judgment that 6 million illegals and 50 million fucking Americans are getting kicked off Medicaid. I believe that's your statement you made. I exaggerated the numbers, but if you said someone was getting kicked off, that means you read the bill. I haven't read the bill, so I don't know, so I'm not going to comment on it. So you're right, to my point, I haven't read the bill, and I don't think you have either. So we can't comment on it.
Yeah, you have to have evidence.
Exactly.
Or else we're just spinning our wheels.
You can have attitude and feelings, and that's irrelevant. And I'm not going to have that on this channel. I like facts, and I haven't seen the bills. So if you have it, bring it, baby. I am all about facts. And if I'm wrong, I've stated when I'm wrong. But
and
right
there's
now,
nothing wrong with people just stating their opinions, saying,
but there's nothing wrong with it. But there is when you say that. My comments, in fact, facts. Then there's a problem. That's where I'm getting off on it. You can say whatever you want. Just remember, it's my opinion. It's not a fact. That's all. There's a distinction of verbiage.
I wish I had a Judge Judy soundboard right now. She had a great line that was, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true.
Okay. Well, how many are on it now illegally? That's probably a big number, considering there was over 6 million people collecting Social Security that were over the age of 125, and the oldest person on record is only 120. So there were 6 million fraudulent Social Security cards out there. So how many fraudulent members are on there now that are going to get kicked off, that we're going to bitch that they're getting kicked off when they should get kicked off because they're fraudulent? We don't know those numbers either. And maybe those are the only ones going to get kicked off, and rightfully so. So why would we get pissed off that fraudulent people are getting kicked off of health coverage? They shouldn't be on it to begin with. It's a drain on our tax dollars. But we need to see the numbers. Let's see how many. I know there was over 6 million fraudulently on the Social Security system, and it was real secure. So I can only imagine there's probably 6 million on the healthcare system fraudulently. And 6 million should at least get kicked off if that is a fact, which I am not sure it is or not. But I do know for a fact over 6 million were collecting Social Security payments, and they stated their age was from 125 to 250, and our stupid ass government was still sending out the checks. How stupid is that? Oh, this guy's 250, send him out another check for $2,000 this month. Really? But our government did that. So, there's 6 million people for 20 years collecting Social Security that were dead. How many trillions of dollars of Social Security got funneled out? Do you think Medicare's absolvent of fraud after of such blatant violations of fraud in the Social Security system? I'm thinking there's at least that much fraud in the Medicare system. So I'm not going to bitch at all if anyone gets kicked off of it until I find out if they were illegally on it. Because if they were illegally on it, I would surmise that they owe us money because they stole that money from people who actually deserved to be on it. And that's a conversation that we need to have too. Yeah, it started less than 100 years ago. That's why there's people that, and it's a fact, people at 125 years to up to 250 years old are collecting, until Doge stopped it, we're collecting Social Security payments. So yeah, it's a fact. They didn't start till 100 years ago. You're 100% true and accurate and correct on that. So why would our government be paying people who are 250 years old Social Security? That's just another fraud that's blatant, that's probably existing in Medicare and Medicaid just as blatantly, and they also need to be removed. So I hope at least 20% of the people get kicked off Medicaid if those numbers are the same as Social Security, because 20% of them are fraudulent. And that will save us a bunch of money. Might even make it more to where you can get more
health care for Medicaid if you are legally on it and are legally in the country to be on it. Because I believe the last administration just threw people on it for coming across the border, gave it to them for free. No, you get free Medicare. I know Cal did. You get free Cal Aid and free Cal benefits and free health care and free food stamps. We were giving shit away like crazy. So should those people get kicked off? Oh, hell to the fuck yes. Why? Because now we have a $66 billion deficit. Money's got to come out of my pocket because we gave money to people who shouldn't have gotten it. But someone had a feeling and they felt good for a couple of years. And now my back's got to hurt to pay for their feeling because they didn't give a fuck about my back, my feeling, or me being American and it being my money. They didn't give a shit about that. They just gave it away freely. So yeah, we need to quit that. I would say that would be, stick your finger in the dike and stop that fucking flow of water real fast. Get out all the fraud. And to get out all the fraud, you got to look for the fraud. So yeah, if they look at it and say they're going to cut, yeah, that means there's probably fraud. And by looking at the three-letter agency called the SSN, Social Security Administration, which is a government agency, and the amount of fraud that was there. And then you look at, the other agencies they looked at and the amount of fraud there, I would almost guarantee you there's at least that much fraud in Medicaid and Medicare that the people could get kicked off. And you should not feel bleeding heart about it whatsoever. As a matter of fact, you should look at them and say, you need to go to jail for stealing from grandma because you took 10% of what she deserved because she was lawfully on it and you were unlawfully on it and you stole from her and you shouldn't be rewarded for that theft. And that's the America we need to go back to, asking the right questions, not saying, oh, but they don't speak American. We ought to give it to them for free and let the American pay for it. Oh, who cares? In Germany back in 1933, 1940 to 40, when they tried to come over here, they got shit on, pissed on, and spit on. No one wanted to speak their language, eat their food, or give them a job. Now you're just welcoming them in. Wow. Amazing what happens in 80 years with the thought process of people just because of the modern news that they get fed. Let's look at history and see what we used to do to people that came across the border. Hey, white people at that. We were real mean to them. Oh my God, were we mean to them? We shipped them back. No, you got tuberculosis. Get the fuck out of here. What? Nope. You belong to what party? No, get the fuck out of here. Now we're just letting them cross in because they got brown skin and don't speak American? Really? Wow, how stupid are we? It's not that we're racist. We were racist back when the fucking Eiffel Tower got put, or that Lady's Liberty got put up. Because when you went through Ellis Island, I think 20 to 30% of the people that immigrated to America got sent home. They don't tell you about that, though, do they? No, but they will tell you, let's allow 15 million through our border that don't want to be Americans, but let's give them all our free shit. Your grandparents are rolling over in their graves saying, why didn't I get that? You spat on me and you're giving these people free shit and you're approving of it, you grandchild? How dare you disgrace my name like that? People don't have pride in their names or their families. That's for damn sure. That's what really gets me. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a rant. It bothers me when people get free shit.
That's good.
And it cost us money. My mom was getting $600 on Social Security. And these people, 6 million of them were getting more money than her fraudulently. If they weren't getting that money, my mom could have lived a better life. And she paid to live a better life. And she got fucked and died not having a good life because 6 million motherfuckers were fraudulently stealing from us. Yeah, I want that to end. So
when you say 6 million, who are you referring to?
The 6 million on Social Security. I've already said it 4 times. You can check it out. Dodge came up with the paperwork. There was 6.25 million people from the age of 125 to 250 collecting Social Security payments monthly. Is that not fraud if you are dead and you're collecting Social Security actively? That's fraud.
So these are American-born citizens, you're saying?
I don't know who it is. They never.
Well, it can't be immigrants because they don't pay into Social Security. Illegal immigrants.
Well, hold on a second. You're assuming that they can illegally give someone something legally. Yeah, it can be an illegal. They could be sending money to Romania.
Let me ask you
250 years old. The Social Security system, as per your statement, only came around 100 years ago. So if the person's 250 years old, they could be in Romania and they wouldn't care about it.
Let me ask you something. So Musk said that he was going to find $2 trillion. No, he did not. He didn't find any. He didn't even find $1 billion. You don't know what you're talking about. Google it.
Yes, he did. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh
Hold on
my
a second. Hold on a
goodness.
second. Let me Google this. You seem to think there's no fraud in America.
I didn't say there was no fraud. I didn't say that.
Oh, but a smart man can't find it. Okay, so a smart man
He
can't
did not find $2 trillion worth of fraud. You're inaccurately stating that. That's wrong.
Did people collect?
That's not the question. You're not typing the right thing. Ask how much did Musk find in fraud? How much dollar value did he find in fraud?
Dead people are collecting Social Security.
But that's not. No. You're just okay. You know what? Have a good night.
You need to be quiet. Let me go through point by point.
You want to switch gears. You want to switch gears and redirect. Good night.
My next point will be yours. Whatever it was that you were running your mouth about. I told you if you were not going to be civil, you couldn't be up here. We're going point by point. My point was Social Security. You started getting loud, and I couldn't understand what your point was. You apparently, I think, were saying that no fraud was found by Dodge. So now we're going to Google your point, because you have to wait your turn like an adult, because you are older than 7, right? Be an adult. Now your point was Dodge found no fraud. So let's Google. Did Dodge find fraud?
No, like you got to stick around for it to actually be fact checked.
Well, that's what he knows he's wrong.
Right. Yeah. It's okay. Like I love that he's passionate about his opinions and everything. But if we're gonna state things are facts, then we have to back it up. And I think there's no question there's more fraud out there than whether he found it or not. Maybe he didn't find it. It's there.
Well, to your point, this is the first thing that fucking pop-ups. Hold on a second. This is the first thing that Google had when I typed that in, and it's not what I was looking for. It's just the one that they're selling us, which is the first thing that they put up. And it was to your point about the fraud that they did not find, supposedly. But that was just the first story that Google put up. I need to look through this and see if it's answering my question. PBS. You can't believe PBS. It's already been proven to be a bad station. Okay, there's one here from MSNBC. Can't believe that one because it's a bad one. I'm not seeing anything saying that he didn't find it. I'm seeing stuff from left-wing news organizations like PBS and MSNBC saying there was no fraud, but I'm not seeing the other ones say that. So no, let's see. Let me keep looking. I'll look deeper. How did Dodge use Social Security data to find fraud? Okay, well, Dodge found fraud in Social Security.
The point simply is he's saying that Elon Musk did not find that much in fraud, and he didn't cite any.
Well, and I'm still going through and that's what this is about. This is his question he's asking. Let's see. Dodge is searching through Social Security payments looking for fraud. Okay, so they found over 6 million. So, okay, so they found 1 point. Hold on, here we go. The Department of Government Efficiency is sifting through 1.6 trillion worth of Social Security payments, records for persons' names and birth dates, that how much they earn, blah, 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 dates to 125 to 250 years old. So yes, he found fraud in the Social Security Administration. So before that gentleman got on his rant and decided to leave before we fact checked him, the fact is, yes, he found fraud in the Social Security Administration, just as I stated. Thank you for making me prove myself right, sir. So he did find fraud. Sorry. But MSNBC didn't say he did, and neither did PBS. So you can watch those two, and you're right. But if you go back to page 2 on the Google search and don't just pick the first one, you'll find out he found fraud in the Social Security Administration. And you'll find out the statement I made before you came up here was true and factual. People from 125 years to 250 years old were receiving Social Security money. That is fraud. It was discovered by Doge. So your question was answered by me before you came up here, and you chose not even to listen to me the whole time I was speaking because you wanted to tell me you were right. And then you hung up because you went on a rant because you couldn't accept the facts that I gave you before you came up here. He found fraud in the Social Security. So I'm sorry, sir. If you're telling me he found no fraud, I am not a liar. So if you want to say I'm wrong, you're wrong. I am not wrong. He found fraud.
Yeah. And
now you're saying he's saying he found fraud. Okay, well, I tell you what, sir. Do 6 million times 1,000 times 12. And that's how much fraud was found just in Social Security. I think you'll find it comes up to a real big number. 6 million times the low number of 1,000. We're just assuming they only got 1,000 and not $2,000. So 6 million times 1,000. What is that? Yeah, it's a big number. It's close to $1 trillion. Okay, and then times that by 12. Then times that by 10, and you're over $1 trillion. There's your $1 trillion in fraud. Oh my God!
And that's just what they found really fast. Like they found that.
And I didn't even graduate high school, and I figured that one out.
They didn't even skim the surface, and that's what they found.
Yeah, that was a quick search.
Come on, man.
Over fucking 20 years, that's a couple $1 trillion that was already paid out. That's why Social Security has no money in it. Because when I was in elementary school, I did the math, and the math said I should get a shitload of money when I was 67. And so if it's not there, that means someone took it. Because the numbers they gave us back in the 70s don't match the numbers now. That means someone's been dipping into the till. That's what that means. And if you remember the numbers, or you want to research the numbers from the 70s, when they said that you will have this much when you retire, unless someone steals it. Well, someone stole it. That's fraud. There was so much damn money in Social Security. Every 7 years, it should have doubled. There should be like 30 trillion just in the Social Security Administration alone, had they not taken money out of it. The reason why they took money out of it is because there was a long-term plan to make America fail, and they didn't want us to have a cash reserve of trillions of dollars to cover our national debt in a heartbeat. So you have to fraudulently take that money to weaken the economy of the country, overthrow it. Wow, that sounds like an art of war kind of fucking thing, of economic war against America. Hold on, wait. Didn't Saddam Hussein have the fucking perfect counterfeit bill that crushed the American economy back in 1991? Yeah, so that's a good 40 or 50 year fucking thing they're trying there, huh? A lot of countries trying to destroy us. And then we have a lot of American citizens that are helping them through lack of knowledge. And as my live stream last pointed out from last time, the imperialistic control controls both parties, mostly the Democratic Party. That's why they've been harping on Trump so much, because he just, with this one big, beautiful bill, just cut the string purses of the imperial control of America and actually gave us our sovereignty back. But they're throwing all this other bullshit up there to keep you from that. But if you watch my show from 2 days ago, live stream from minute 13 to 22, ladies very eloquent in explaining exactly what the fuck just happened to America that no one knows about. And that's what will make America great long term. And it has and did and will happen. It's just no one's talking about it except for me and a few other people.
So we all agreed on certain things, but then other things kind of separated us and divided us. But at the end of the day, we are still all on the same team. We're the people.
Yeah, but if you're fighting the president and you weren't fighting the last president, you need to sit down and shut up. Because the last president gave us the problems. And if you're going to fight the presidents trying to solve them, that doesn't put you in an American patriotic point or light.
That's true. That's true. Like
if you're opening your mouth now, your mouth should have been open for 5 years. And it shouldn't have been against Trump. It should have been against Biden. And now Trump. If it's just now Trump, then you're a biased piece of poo-poo. Really. You're just coming up with talking points. His policies haven't even started yet. Why? We already explained this, if the people open up their ears. Because federal judges have stopped his national policies due to district policies, have been able to stop national issues such as executive orders, for which just 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court had to step in and stop, which means for the whole time Trump's been in, none of his policies has gone anywhere because of the Democratic-controlled judges. So we haven't had any of his policies pass yet. So how the hell can you judge him? Seriously. Fuck, people are so foolish. Quit eating the fucking yellow pill or green pill or whatever it is and wake up. So tired of, man. All I've heard for fucking, seems like my whole adult life is, oh, kill Trump. Oh, hey, Trump did this or Trump did that. Shut the fuck up. He's our president now, okay? I had to hear that shit fucking, even when Biden was office, all I heard was about Trump. Fuck. You hate him so much, leave.
Yeah, it's true. He was voted in legitimately 3 times in a row.
Seems like the majority doesn't matter. It's the minority with the loudest voice that just starts yelling. They're the only ones that matter.
Well, one side is about building things, right? And making things truly great. And the other side is all about ripping it down.
Globalism.
And, you know, people can pick what side they want to be on.
One side's about nationalism, one side's about globalism. Actually, they're both about globalism, but one side's about American globalism, the other side's about globalism in America.
Both sides have issues. There's no doubt. But
we need a new party, and that's also coming too, because historically, if you look at it, around the Civil War time, we had no, as a matter of fact, Lincoln was the first quote unquote Republican president, because that party didn't exist before then. So there's different times in histories where parties change up, and I'm pretty sure we're coming up to that time. Where probably, I don't know if the Republicans will disappear, but I'm pretty sure the Democratic Party is going to disappear.
So, like, what's your thoughts on it actually, at the end of the day, being a uniparty?
It is a uniparty. If you watch that show I was talking about, the live stream I did from minute like 13 to 22 or 23, something like that, it's an imperialistic control over our political system, and they've been working at taking it over. Because also in that show I showed where Russia sold Alaska to America to spite England. So that makes England look at America saying, you motherfuckers, that could have been ours. So how can our ally look at us like that? Because it even states in the paperwork that Russia had a couple of choices, and selling it to America was their best choice because they got money for it, and it spited England, who wanted it. And then it became so rich, and the Queen and all the royals are sitting there saying that was our fucking gold. And they're looking at it like that. That's like that. So yeah, they started politically funneling money in to take over our political parties and make them a uniparty. And it's not just the Queen, it's the imperials, it's all the royals over there. France, English, Spain, all of them, most all of Europe is behind the political takeover of our parties to make us more them. That's why they were trying to get UN over here. Be nice. Everyone's welcome here, Gerald. Be kind, helpful, and grateful.
I think he was just giving him Nicholas Link there.
So, yeah, well, that's someone we make fun of who's not woke, who hasn't woke up yet, who still thinks that there was no corruption that started the war in Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine's like internationally known to be the number one
corrupt nation, the most corrupt nation in the world. Also investigated by, I think, NATO or the EU 2 to 3 times for war crimes.
Yeah.
Also,
and not just recently, like for a long time.
Oh yeah, very long time.
They do have some good things going on there too. Like,
here's an interesting fact. Do you know before the war started, like a year before the war started, when Russia was just harassing them, the Russians actually, because Ukraine is actually a big food producer, they have a large beehive section. They have they had shitloads of bees, and Russia actually sent some bombers over there and bombed all of their apiaries, killed all their bees. They wasted time and bombs to kill their fucking bees. That's how fertile that land is. They have that many bees to pollinate their land, or they had. Yeah. Until they got blown up by Russia. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised that you do. Right? That's right up your alley.
Yeah, I had just come out from my study of bees and had my first contacts with bees, and they told me that. I was like, oh, wow.
See, but strictly cycling, Neil actually references his sources, whereas the information that you're dropping, you didn't have, and you didn't stick around long enough to tell us what your sources were or where the proof was. Whereas Neil's providing the proof. And I don't claim to know all that much, but
see, the thing that gets people most of the time is when I say stuff about the Democrats, they presume right off the bat that I'm a Trumpster. When what they don't realize is for the past 4 presidencies, I voted for myself because I've been woke that fucking long. And they don't have a playbook to approach someone who's been awake that long.
That's better than just opting out.
I actually protested Bill and Hillary Clinton's assassination of, I think, 29 liaison military bodyguards over an 8-year period, and I labeled it the same as Caesar killing so many bodyguards towards the end of his reign, but no one gave a fuck because they were Democrats. And there was only American citizens getting murdered, so who gave a fuck, right? No, I've been keeping up with this shit for quite some time. I'm just not new to bashing. I actually have facts, and I know how to face people who don't. And don't get me started on Obama. and his treasonous funding of the ISIS terrorist organization with our military equipment. Brand new equipment too. It's kind of cool. I'd love it if he dropped off some of that shit at my house, but you know, I guess it serves a terrorist nation better than an American citizen. Somehow. I guess in a bigger scheme, it benefits ISIS to have our equipment more so than it does us to have it.
What's up with all the equipment that was left in Afghanistan?
That's what I'm talking about.
Do they still have it?
They have a whole fucking army based off of it. They have organized a government of sorts, but they have definitely got an army together in regiments using our equipment, showing it off that they've got military prowess. So basically what we did is we funded whatever government is now in control of that country, has a military a presence because it's all American equipment that we left there. So they now have power in that region.
They were the beneficiary
of U.S. tax dollar funded militaries. Yeah. It was us giving our enemies a military. We did the same thing.
86 billion worth of our equipment, Jeffrey says.
Yeah. We did the same thing for the cartels.
And people are worried about finding 1 or 2 billion worth of fraud? Well, no, that was $1 trillion, wasn't it? That was $1 trillion. But that just shows you, like, look at all that equipment there. That's 86 billion. And in a matter of months, they've already found almost $1 trillion worth of fraud.
Oh, it's easy to find fraud, man. That's why I run for president, man. I could find the fraud. It's so fucking blatant. It's just people cry when you find it because they get the joy and pleasure and rewards of that fraud, and they don't want to give up that pleasure of rewards that they get for that fraud.
And can you imagine someone saying, "Oh, they only found $100 billion worth of fraud"? That's all they found.
That's $1 trillion in 10 years. And the way they look at budgets, they look at them oddly enough over a 10-year time period. So if you find $100 billion, that is actually finding $1 trillion over 10 years.
Like per week or per day, even.
Yeah, but if you find 6 million motherfuckers collecting $1,000 every month for 12 months a year for over 10 years, that adds up to more than $1 trillion. So he actually found like 2.3 trillion. It's just no one's acted on it.
because local circuit judges are somehow blocking national executive orders until recently. So again, as I stated early, factually, we haven't had a Trump presidency yet, because although a lot of his people have been nominated through Congress, not one of his executive orders has been followed yet, because every time he puts one out, a circuit judge from one of, there's 50 circuits, and 40 of his executive orders have been challenged in court, and 35 of those challenges came from 5 districts, all of them heavily liberal controlled districts, showing a pattern. And this is what the Supreme Court said. They're showing a pattern of certain circuit court district judges thinking they control national policy when they don't. And that only happened like 2 weeks ago. So that just stopped the corruption of the Democratic judges from stopping national policy through executive order, for which they don't do under Democratic presidents, because they didn't do it under Biden, but they're doing it under Trump, and it affects national politics, and it affects your and I economies. So if we're having shitty economies and President Trump's still there, we're supposed to presume it's his fault, because we don't know that the circuit court judges are stopping his national policies of executive orders for personal reasons, to make him look bad so that we don't vote for Republicans. What kind of politics do we have in this country? It's disgusting.
And thanks for having me up here, Neil. It was a good chat. I am glad that Strictly Cycling joined the panel, even though, we're not going to agree on everything, because it gave me anyway a little bit more context from where he's coming from.
Well, usually people will stay around who have who want to hear your point of view, even if they think you're wrong. The people who have a valid point will at least stay around to hear your point.
That's right. Like if you want to bring it to a science and facts, then you have to be open to other people's opinions.
And you have to be not argumentative and not continuously talk and only bring up one point at a time, so you can debate that point and find out the facts by Googling and doing this other stuff through a logical, adult manner, and see what's said and logically follow through. And if you do that, most of the time the liberals are already gone.
Yeah.
Because that washes them out. Just in doing that.
I'll tell you what, Neil, I'm here to learn. I'm not here to impose my opinion on anyone.
Neither am I.
If someone asks me for my opinion, I'm like, most of the time I'll share it. But, unless I think people are really, really far off, I'm not going to try to impose my opinion. That's never happened here.
No, everyone's free to have their, and I stated before he came up as a disclaimer, as long as you're polite and don't get yelling and argutive and just polite, and there's certain civilities to be displayed when you come up here. And what was he doing? Yelling and not allowing anyone to talk. He was to present his point only, and that was it. Yeah. That's not a discussion. You didn't come to the table with the right suit on. You came with a different suit, and it wasn't the right suit.
That's
Maybe
right.
Next time you'll have the right suit, and we'll be able to have a discussion.
Yeah. If you spend most of your time actually doing the research and less of the time protesting what you think, you may end up realizing
what you think is wrong.
You're wasting a lot of energy trying to push something the wrong direction.
Pretty much.
Like I'm all for protesting things that are way offside, but you really got to make sure you do 10 times as much effort on information gathering and fact checking. Don't just listen to a CNN report, and a bunch of there's 30 different mainstream that all tout the exact verbatim talking points. If you're getting the same talking points from every single source, you're in an echo chamber, and you should know it's manufactured.
That is very true. That is very true. And another thing, as I pointed out, for the other end, not again, I'm not Republican or Democrat. Fox even states, and if you listen to them when they bring people on to talk, they say they are a Fox contributor. Ask yourself why they make that disclaimer before they bring that person on, because it's a legal disclaimer they're making when they say that person is a Fox contributor. And the legal disclaimer means that person has a specific point of view and not a non-partisan or non-specific point of view. They have it's a legal disclaimer allowing that news agency to bring a certain perception or point of view of a story by stating they are a contributor of, and you'll hear Fox say it all the time, this is so-and-so, a contributor of Fox. They don't bring people on that are not contributors. So, I mean, it's not just CNN and MSNBC and all these others. They're blatantly in theirs. Fox is a little more conniving about how they're doing it, but they're still legally giving you the disclaimer of they are what did I just say? Contributor. And if they say those words, those are legal terms. They're giving legal disclaimers that that person is not going to give you the factual news. They're giving you their point of view. So
it's propaganda.
Yeah, basically. And that's why I read the letters, the Theory of Stupidity by Dietrich Bonhoeffer, because it's happening as we speak again in our lifetime.
Yeah. I learned a long time ago that the vast majority of, in quotes, mainstream media news is actually corporate advertising disguised as news.
Yeah, pretty much.
So just be careful what information you consume.
Yeah, it's again, it's all planned long term, fucking stuff going on to manipulate our perceptions to get certain things done, so that we'll go do a certain way, our country will go down a certain road. And I've often thought, and this is just a thought, it's not even a conspiracy because I don't know the validity of the possibility of it, but I'm thinking, because the way people have and have not been acting, that there's either one of a couple different ways, and I don't know all the ways. There's a couple different ways that I've thought of that this happened, as far as these like protests and how they get violent and shit, and how they get certain ethnicity and ethnicities involved. Like if you see at colleges, they'll wear a lot of Palestinian colors and shit like that. And in the 70s and 80s, it was the Bloods and the Crips. You know, so there's always a story they're trying to sell. And I'm just trying to figure out, you know, what is the end game of these people? And I can't figure it out. I can't believe they're that stupid that they have an end game that I can't figure out for this, why they're doing stupid shit, other than the destruction of our country, and that their end game is nothing. In which case that would make sense.
Yeah, well, a lot of the time it's they just want stuff for free. You know what I mean? They want everyone else to provide for them.
Well, no, it's deeper than that. It goes back again, and I can't say it enough. From minute 13 to 22 in my last live, when I brought up that lady of true independence from America after 250 years, I think was the storyline. It says it all, because there's been foreign countries that have been funneling money into our political systems. Like if you look at London and see what's happening in London, or France, see what's happening in France with civil unrest and shit like that, it's being propagated. And because of the imperialistic control of our political system and a lot of the companies or big money in our system, and the way our system was run, it was allowed to get in and infiltrate in. They've been actually controlling the direction that we've been going for quite some time. And again, I bring up like Alaska. You know, England wanted Alaska, and Russia only sold it us to spite England. So there's a hatred of America. We cost them hundreds of billions of dollars just because Russia hates them, and they gave it to us. So they've never been our real friend. I'll say that. I mean, and it even shows if you look at actual history and you look at D-Day, the battle of what was it, Normandy, and those beaches. That strategy, actually, if you go back in history, and do pre-war studies and see what the generals have in their records, that strategy was almost one of the two top strategies to get the most Americans fucking killed and achieve the same goal. American generals had different strategies to take this and get the same goal with less people killed, and they were all shot down by all the European generals, and that's why the English general was put in charge of fucking D-Day. It killed more Americans doing his plan. It was his Mick something or other. The guy disgusts me. Fucking English general, World War II. He's a fucking piece of shit. But he got a lot of our soldiers killed doing it his way. And it was their way of getting back at us for fucking because they hold grudges. They're fucking evil people, man. The fucking royalty, they're evil people. The royals they're an evil bloodline.
I agree with that completely.
They disgust me, man. They disgust me. They always have. I don't know if it's because I'm Scottish and I just have a natural disgust for the English royalty or not. But if you really research the true history of it, they have not. They might be allies economically, but they would really like to see us fucking fail. More so than Russia, actually. And no one even looks at that part. So we have enemies that. Sun Tzu says, keep your friends closer, and you're close, and your enemies even closer. We've kept England real close because they're our enemy. Yeah. You see, they're spiteful fucking little fuckers, man. Throughout history, if you know what to look for, you can see it. It's a pattern.
The British have invaded almost every country in the world, haven't they? Like more than anyone else by far. Am I right? I think so.
You ever see that show, Black Sails? I think it's on Netflix.
No.
You ought to look at it. It tells the truer story of piracy and its origination, because its origination through the winner of history, the winner writes history. They wrote a story about piracy, but the true start of piracy, before it got perverted and they took advantage of it and made money off of it, which is typical for fucking royals, was a revolution against England. And the pirate flag, the first original pirate flag, was the skull and crossbones. That's the sign of John the Baptist. And it was taken on because of that, because they were fighting for freedom from the British royals. Kind of cool history that's not told in school books. And then after they lost that, the British saw the advantage of having pirates, and they could gain wealth by stealing other people's shit and blaming it on the pirates. And that's where you come along. What's his name? Edward Teach. You're not sure who the hell he was, also known as Blackbeard. But the closest they can come to his lineage is he was some sort of English royalty.
There you go. Jeffro says, I wonder what Europe would be if America stayed out of that theater of World War II. It'd all be German. All of Europe would be German, in my opinion.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was in another room getting some tea for milk for my tea.
Jeffro says, I wonder what Europe would be if America stayed out of that theater of World War II.
You know, Jethro, I can tell you right now, and I'm going to answer you in a different manner. Hitler told his German infiltrators that were here in America during World War II to stand down. They could have taken America. They chose not to, and still went to war with us. Isn't that interesting?
I did not know that. That's news to me.
Oh, well, yeah, it adds a whole new twist to World War II, doesn't it?
How could they have taken America?
You know how? Okay, here's another historical.
They've done that.
Here's another historical fact for you. Back
I don't
in
see how they could have done
back
that.
in the census in 1940s or 50s asked the question, what should be the national language of America, English or German? 51% of the census voters voted for American. The other 49 voted for it to be German. See, they covered up and have genocide American culture because from the 1920s to 1960s, most immigrants were fucking German, bruh. No one knows that, do you? You know that? You know anyone here have last name Brown? If you have last name Brown, 80 years ago, it was probably Brahm, because when you came across from Germany, what was status quo was to change your name from a German name and make it sound English. So if your name was Smite, it became Smith. That's why we have so many Smiths, because if it even came close to Smith, they called you Smith. If the name came close to Brown, like Brahm, they changed your name to Brown, your last name, your family heritage. They changed as soon as you touched American soil. So legally, your name was changed, and you took an oath to America as a new person, a new family, and you left your heritage behind. Now you see why I get so upset about illegal aliens. They did all that shit right before. There's 80 years ago they did that shit. Genocide, family fucking history to become American citizens. Now the motherfuckers are coming across the border with all their drugs and sex and child porn and shit freely and being handed shit. Holy fuck. Every 50% of the people in this fucking in this chat, their grandparents are rolling over in their fucking grave because they're German descendants, and we don't even know our own fucking history. Jeffro knows his history. Yeah, it's all for control. The families. That's what it's all about. It's all about that. And yes, central banks supplied both sides. And Midway radar station. Historically, it's been proven that the radar station was taken down the day before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. So the only verification we had was visual verification, which also was ignored, oddly enough. If that lets you know a little something about how we got involved in World War II. I think our politicians got us into that one. But I could be wrong. I just read the facts that they have released. There could be more facts that they release later that proves something else. But the facts that they, and this is a disclaimer, the facts that they have currently released show that what I just stated. If new facts come out that show differently, I will revise that as the new facts come out. But that I know of right now, we knew about the attack on Pearl Harbor a day and a half before it happened and did nothing. To me, that's an indicator that someone in the country wanted us in that war. And you want to know who it was? The English. Well, yeah, yeah. But the English were really, we could have stayed in the Depression and it would have been just fine. But yeah, for political reasons and because he was being pushed by the imperial elitist who have just this 4th of July for the first time in American history lost control, financial control and political control of our country. And in 10, 20 years, you might read about it in history books, but that's what just happened. And that's what one reason for the major unrest and this being seen. That's where all the money is coming from and everything.
Hey Neil, I just realized it's 2 a.m. here. I gotta take off soon.
Go to bed then, man. It's all good. You don't have to be here. I appreciate the hellfire you being here, man, and taking your time to join me and show me the stuff that you bring up on the panel and stuff. It's all cool, man. I love it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We got to get some more people coming up on the panel here in the future. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm sure I'll see you.
Just another disclaimer for future reference, people. The way JM and everyone else who has come up on this panel so far and been polite, even though we disagree, is how you do it. The way it happened a little earlier was a little too unruly to be allowed. Not saying it was right, not saying it was wrong. It's just not for this. It was too unruly a scenario for this channel, and that's a polite way for me to say it. So keep it in a mannerism that you will be allowed to have your point heard and hear the other person's point and give, again, not facts, but at least what I believe or you will believe is facts. But anyone is welcome up here under those circumstances. If you're just going to come up here and start yelling, you're not welcome. I'm sorry. That's not what I'm about.
We try to stay objective.
And I do not bring other people's channels. If something happens on another channel, don't bring it here. Even if if something happens, and I know Heather, I know Independent Mini. If something happens on her channel, and then an hour or two later you're here and we're on this channel, I don't cross channel shit. That I don't do that. That's drama, and I stay away from that. Whatever happens on their one channel is that channel. If it didn't happen on this channel, I don't like bringing other channel talk into here unless it's in reference to proving a point or saying this is how you got to your fact, you heard it from. But like bullshit drama talk, I don't allow it coming into this channel. I like keeping it more educational, as James had pointed out. I like to think that there's an opportunity at least to learn something here of semi importance, at least, or at least entertaining anyhow, and not stupid to you guys. I'd like to be more of that type channel where that, hey, 95% of the time his shit's right. He fact checks. He's not liberal. He's not Republican. He gives it to you as it is. No matter, I don't want to be like skewing facts or anything. I just want
it's a good spot for entrepreneurs, people with a big heart, and people that are trying to get ahead. And
if you want to help other people, come up here.
Be kind, helpful, and grateful.
Most definitely.
I'm out. Have a good night, everybody.
Take care. Sweet dreams. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bug bite. All the other good sayings that people say before you go to bed. And Cheryl, be nice. There's intellectual ways to handle things. You see how I'm handling Nickel. It's driving them fuckers crazy. You know what I've done? Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Wow. Whoa. How do you get results from that? Well, it can be done. Hey, you too, Hey, JM, man. Before you leave, JM, hop back up and put your address in the backstage so I can get it. I need to send you that nose ring. Keep forgetting every time you're up here. I don't have to bring you up on panel, and you can put it in the backstage private chat. That way no one will see it, and it'll go away as soon as this program's over, so I'll have to write it down. Most secure way I know. I don't know all the secure ways. I'm not hip with technology. But if there's one of those beam me up Scotty ways, let me know about it. I could use a teleporter. I got some areas I think there's some fucking good platinum finds I'd like to check out in Central America. And actually, here's some for you. Total speculation. Total speculation disclaimer. Total speculation. The Darien Gap. You guys heard of the Darien Gap in South America? Central America? I think it's in Colombia, around that area. Guatemala, Colombia, somewhere down there. Let me check the map. I don't want to be like talking shit and get wrong. Let me get the map out here. I know the map's not going to say Darien Gap, but I've got the general area of where it's at. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. It's Colombia. The Darien Gap is in Colombia. Is it Panama? No, it's not Panama, bro. Panama is too well. Darien Gap is a drug fucking infested area there where the fucking cops don't even go. I think pretty sure it's Colombia. I've talked about before in the 1500s or 1580s or something when the conquistadors were down in Colombia and that area. and they were melting down silver and gold and sending all these armadas of loaded ship with gold. Utasia or something, Mel Fisher found one of them was like $3 billion in gold and silver trinkets on it. There was lots of those they sent out, right? Well, that they discovered so much of this one mineral that couldn't be melted down. They named it. They named this mineral. This mineral they named it platina or platinum. They found so much of it, right? Where the fuck is it? Where's this platinum vein that they found so much platinum when they were smelting down the gold trinkets into bars and the silver trinkets of the Incas into bars? They came across this other substance that there was so much of it. They named it platina, little silver. They said it needed time to mature before it would become silver. They thought it was silver, so they called it platinum, and it turned out to be another mineral. It burned hotter. That's why they couldn't smelt it down, because they were using primitive technology in a foreign land. But it was around the Columbian, down in the Columbian era, right? So I'm thinking to myself, modern day, how the way societies work. I'm thinking the Darien Gap is probably a good area for fucking future platinum mines that no one wants discovered right now until the need comes around. And for that to happen, all we'd have to do is change up policies on this drug shit and get under control of the cartels and the drug shit. And we can clean out the Darien Gap and find out all the minerals that are down there. And I bet we're going to find a fucking platinum mine down in the it's back between Colombia and Panama. Okay, well, it's controlled by drug dealers right now, and even the Colombian military doesn't go in there. I bet that's where those fucking conquistadors, where all that platinum came from. And I bet modern society doesn't want that platinum to be discovered. And if they didn't load that area down with drug dealers, it would have already been discovered, and they would have sent geologists in there to fucking drill their holes to find out what the mineral content of those mountains are down there in that area, in the Darien Gap area. And I bet that's where that fucking platinum came from, that those conquistadors found in the 15th century. That's just a speculative guess on my part, because that has been on my mind for years. Where did that platinum come from? They named it. Everyone knows the name platinum. Everyone knows the conquistadors gave the name platinum to platina, to this shit they found that looked like silver. But no one asked the question, where the fuck did all that platinum go? Because they didn't take it with them. And where did the platinum come from? In South fucking America, in Colombia. Where's there a platinum mine so relevantly close to the surface of the earth that it'll be depositing so much of that shit that they would throw it to the side because they couldn't smelt it down with the silver? It's like, what? There's too many questions down there I want answers to. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. But that's my take on it. I want to know it. I want to know. And I bet you the Darien Gap, because it's highly unusual that this Clean Air Metals discovered this platinum vein at the right time of history for everything that's going on geopolitically, for the price manipulation of platinum, new technologies coming out, the destruction of the Chinese economy. It's just it's too quinkadinkle. And I'm not into quinkadinkies. And I think someone's controlling it. And I think that someone knows that the minerals that the conquistadors discovered, known as platinum, in abundance, is the same general fucking geology in the Darien Gap as you got in fucking Africa, as far as the plate tectonics creating the mountains and shit, and all the elements and the minerals up underneath those mountains is very similar all the way up and down the fucking Pacific coast of South America, to where I got a strong suspicion that there is a very rich platinum vein close to the surface, just like it in Thunder Bay. That platinum vein they discovered, very close to the surface, very, very rich platinum mineralization in that platinum. It's a very rich vein. I think same thing's going to be found in Colombia within the next 10 years, because we're going to need another source of platinum, because within 10 years or so, I could almost guarantee most of the platinum mines in South Africa are going to be mined out, because they're already down 2,200 meters to mine it. And even if the platinum, if the platinum vein does go deeper, they will require robots to mine it, because of the amount of cost it takes to get
the cool air and fresh air down there, and to pay the people, get water down there, make sure they don't dehydrate and fucking pass out on you. It would be cheaper to fucking buy a robot to do the mining at those kind of depths because the heat of the mine at that point in time at that depth. But if they don't do that, I don't see the South African mines pulling out much more platinum for more than 10 years before they actually get to the limit of what they can physically pull out without using a robotic source to get the minerals out, or the vein itself runs out after 23, 24, 2,500 meters into the soil, which also is possible. I haven't gone that in depth into the study or researched what their studies say. I'm just looking at the geopolitical of the area right now, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be mined out soon, and another new discovery of platinum will have to be made, especially with the technologies coming around that require platinum. The use case of platinum is increasing. That means we wouldn't invest money. People wouldn't invest money in a technology that require a mineral that we don't have enough of. That's the bet I'm putting. I'm betting that the smart, rich people, whoever they are that control the direction of where we're going, whoever they are smart enough to know that you shouldn't come up with a technology that requires, like, say, platinum, that you don't have enough of, because that's a waste of money and it's not smart economically. So based off of that premise, I'm thinking there's going to be another major platinum discovery, and it'll be a near surface vein here on the American continent. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be either in the Darien Gap or it's going to be discovered in Chile, because I've been looking at the topographical maps for similarities of South African geology to South American geology, and Chilean mountains are looking pretty good. Although, again, I have not done any in-depth research to check out if there's been any core samples done in that area. But as far as just looking at the map, and you can do that for gold, you can look at a map and say, hell, you can look at a picture. Say, oh, look, there's mineralization in that rock in this picture. There's probably a gold vein around. You can kind of sort of do the same thing for platinum if you just like look at the maps and the layout of the mountains of Africa and know where the mines are, and know that Africa's what kind of plate it's sitting on and the geology under the ground. You can go and look at maps throughout the world and find a typical and similar geology, and you can make an assumption at that point in time. Geology isn't different due to country lines that are drawn by man, and that the world's been around a lot longer than man, and it has its functions and it works no matter where the country is or what the continent is. And that's that geological formation that pushes up here that has that mineral in it. If the same sort of geological formation pushes up above the ocean there, will most likely have the same elements and minerals in them. Gee, thanks, Gerald. You guys have a good night, Gerald. Sleep tight. And yes, I can talk. And yeah, I'm going to end this stream. It actually has been 4 hours, and it is probably late for you guys. And there's only 3 of you left now. You guys have a great weekend. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.